Good day from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where we are set for the first of 3 spacewalks over the next 17 days by members of the Expedition 59 crew to perform upgrades to the station's power systems and to provide redundancy for other vital communications and data hardware for the station in the years ahead. You're looking at the Flight Control Room here at Mission Control in Houston, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has just completed a handover from the Orbit 1 team that's been on console throughout the overnight hours, getting ready for the spacewalk that is imminent by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nick Hague. We'll get into the particulars of that spacewalk in a minute. Let's set the stage here at the Flight Director console. At the bottom of your screen is the Flight Director for today's spacewalk and the one a week from today, Mary Lawrence. She's been assigned to this team for over a year now, preparing for the spacewalk that will install new batteries for the station's power systems and other associated hardware. At the top of your screen, one of the spacecraft communicators you'll be hearing from is veteran astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson, a veteran of 3 spacewalks herself in the years past. Caldwell-Dyson will be talking to the crew during the final stages of their suit-up activities prior to the time that they move into the outer compartment of the 2-compartment Quest airlock at the International Space Station to get ready to open the hatch and venture outside. At that point, Tracy Caldwell-Dyson will hand over communications chores to Thomas Pesquet, veteran astronaut from the European Space Agency, who back in January of 2017 joined Shane Kimbrough outside the International Space Station for an identical spacewalk to the one that will unfold in the hours ahead today, as Pesquet and Kimbrough replaced batteries and adapter plates on the starboard truss of the International Space Station. Back inside the Quest airlock, the crew is all suited up, ready to begin today's spacewalk activities. Again, on the right is astronaut Anne McClain, who arrived on the International Space Station back in December. She's been joined for suit-up activities by David Saint-Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency in the foreground, as well as Christina Cook, who launched just over a week ago on the Soyuz MS-12 spacecraft from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, with Nick Hague, who is on the left side of your screen. Hague and McClain both will be conducting the first spacewalks of their careers. Again, the first of 3 spacewalks to be conducted by the 4 so-called USOS, or U.S. Orbital Segment crew members comprising Expedition 59. McClain will be designated as EV-1, or extravehicular crew member number 1 for today's spacewalk. She'll be wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. She'll be the 13th female to walk in space. A week from today, if all goes as planned, she'll be joined by Christina Cook outside for the second battery replacement spacewalk, the first time that 2 women will have conducted a spacewalk together in the history of human spaceflight. Nick Hague will be wearing the suit with no stripes. Again, he's on the left side of your screen. The crew was up early today, just after midnight Central Time, to begin preparing for the spacewalk. They have been involved in the breathing of pure oxygen to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams and prevent any condition known as decompression sickness or the bends from occurring when they step out into the vacuum of space a short time from now. Again, Christina Cook is in the foreground of this view inside the equipment lock. There are 2 sections to the Quest airlock: the equipment lock section where the crew suits up, and later on after the spacewalk where they doff their spacesuits. Just beyond them is the outermost section of the Quest airlock known as the crew lock. The 2 crew members soon will be assisted off of the side walls of the equipment lock. They will receive assistance in donning safer units, the simplified aid for EVA rescue units, the jet-powered backpacks that all spacewalkers wear in the unlikely event they would become untethered. They could propel themselves back to the safety of a space station structure. They will then be moved into the crew lock section. The hatch will be closed. Final suit checks will be made, and communications checks will be conducted with the flight controllers here in Mission Control before they flip their suits onto battery power. That's the demarcation point for the start of US EVAs. The elapsed time for a US EVA is marked from the start start of battery power on the suits to the time that the airlock is repressurized at the completion of the spacewalk.
For EV1, that's 1 minute. I still read 4.3.
As mentioned earlier, this is the first spacewalk for both Anne McClain and Nick Hague. They will be the 225th and 226th humans to walk in space. The spacewalk coming 54 years, 4 days after Alexei Leonov wrote his name into the history books, becoming the first human to walk in space on March 18th, 1965, in a 12-minute excursion outside the Voskhod 2 spacecraft, along with Pavel Belyayev, who launched into space with him at that time. This is the 214th spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And again, the upgrades we're talking about here all have to do with upgrading the power systems on the P4 or Port 4 truss of the International Space Station. The space station is powered by the huge solar arrays, of course, as it orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. There are 8 power channels in all, 4 power channels for the starboard side of the station, 4 power channels for the port side of the station. The solar arrays provide the power for station systems while the station orbits in daylight. At the same time, these huge batteries that have been used in the past, nickel hydrogen batteries, store the electricity so that they kick in to provide a seamless transition from solar array power to battery power when the station sails into an orbital sunset for that portion of each orbit of the Earth. The nickel hydrogen batteries are in the process of being replaced in 4 different sets. They're all carried up on Japanese H-2 transport vehicles, the Japanese Kounotori cargo ships that fly to the International Space Station. As you see from this graphic, a total of 48 older nickel hydrogen batteries are being replaced with 24 new lithium-ion batteries. The 4 TV or H-2 transfer vehicle missions, each launching a half a dozen lithium-ion batteries and a half a dozen battery adapter plates on a pallet to replace a pair of nickel hydrogen batteries. The acronym BCDU, that's a battery charge discharge unit. That is the mechanism that actually enables the batteries to store electricity and then to expel electricity for powering of the station's systems when the station moves into an orbital sunset. Due to space limitations on the HTV's external pallet that carried the new batteries up to the station, only 9 of the 12 nickel hydrogen batteries that are being replaced during today's spacewalk and the one a week from today can be stowed permanently in that external pallet. 3 of the older batteries will be stored forever on the truss of the International Space Station.
Here, the team is ready to support you guys, so we're watching.
As mentioned earlier, the first set of new lithium-ion batteries for the station were installed on the S4 truss for the 1A and 3A power channels of the International Space Station during a pair of spacewalks conducted by Peggy Whitson, Shane Kimbrough, and Thomas Pesquet back in January of 2017. The spacewalk today and the one a week from today by Anne McClain and Christina Cook will complete the installation of new lithium-ion batteries and associated battery adapter plates for the P4 truss. The next 2 sets of battery replacements will be more complicated because they will be taking place on the outboard truss segments of the station. Next up will be the replacement of batteries for the P6 truss, and then in 2020, the replacement of the S6 nickel hydrogen batteries with lithium-ion batteries. Those will require even more spacewalks because the space station's robotic arm, the Canadarm2, cannot reach all the way out to the outboard truss segments of the station to be able to help with the replacement of the batteries. Earlier this week, the robotics team here in Mission Control, supported by the Canadian Space Agency's Customer Support Center in Saint-Hubert, Quebec, robotically relocated 4 of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries. One is currently parked on the Dexter robotic attachment, the special purpose dexterous manipulator, and 3 others were moved to the external pallet that is housed on a payload attachment device on the truss of the International Space Station for later disposal. In addition, the robotics team also robotically relocated 3 of the new lithium-ion batteries into their corresponding open slots on the so-called integrated electronics assembly, which is the guts of the electronics for each of the truss segments of the International Space Station. So today's work that lies ahead in this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk will be to move 3 adapter plates to which the old nickel hydrogen batteries will be mounted. These adapter plates will be moved from the external pallet slots that are housed in this payload attachment device on the truss of the International Space Station into empty slots on the integrated electronics assembly for the 4A channel at the base of the port 4 truss of the International Space Station. Then, in addition, 2 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries will be moved onto those adapter plates, and they will then stay on the International Space Station permanently, but will not be used in the future. The adapter plates themselves weigh 75 pounds. They're 40.4 by 36.8 by 7.9 inches in diameter, weighing 75 pounds. They serve 3 purposes. They are designed basically as a platform to compare the circuit, to complete the circuit pairings for the battery charge and discharge units, for the power transfer between the solar arrays and battery storage for the International Space Station. They protect the thermal conditioning for the integrated electronics assembly, and they serve as that stowage location for the old nickel hydrogen batteries. Again, the 12 batteries, the old nickel hydrogen batteries that are no longer needed, are being removed in place of the new lithium-ion batteries, but the external pallet carried up on the Japanese cargo ship, the Kounotori 7, only has 9 slots for disposal later on. So 3 of these nickel hydrogen batteries have to be stowed on the ISS. They are stowed on the adapter plates to be installed by McClain and Hague during today's spacewalk.
Copy.
Once again, in this view, David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency on your left, who will conduct his first spacewalk with Nick Hague on April 8th, unrelated to the battery work. They'll be involved in the routing of cables for redundant systems to the station's Canadarm2 robotic arm and doing other associated upgrades to communication systems in that third spacewalk in this triple EVA, as it is called. He'll be paired with Nick Hague for that spacewalk on April 8th. He and Christina Cook at the moment are affixing the simplified aid for EVA rescue jet-powered backpack to the extravehicular mobility unit, the spacesuit that Anne McClain is wearing, before she will be moved into the crew lock section, the outermost section of the Quest airlock. On your left is Nick Hague, who is just biding his time at the moment. He also will receive a safer unit attached to his spacesuit, and then he'll be moved into the crew lock section before the hatch is closed for final preparations leading up to the final communications checks and suit systems checks with flight controllers here in Mission Control prior to the time that they are instructed to place their suits on internal battery power for the official start of today's spacewalk. The crew has been running slightly ahead of the timeline throughout the course of the overnight hours with all of their spacewalk preparations for today. So it would not surprise anyone if they begin the spacewalk earlier than the published start time of about 7:05 a.m. Central Time. The batteries that are being swapped out, along with the associated adapter plates in all of the robotics and spacewalking work that is taking place in today's activity and the one a week from today. Again, these new batteries, the new lithium-ion batteries, and their associated adapter plates were launched on the H-2 transfer vehicle, the HTV-7, from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan back on September 22nd of last year. HTV-7 arrived at the International Space Station on September 27th. The external pallet, basically a cargo pallet that is housed on the side of each HTV vehicle, it was removed and placed on the truss of the International Space Station. These spacewalks were to have been conducted last fall during Expedition 56, but a number of operational activities unfolded to delay the spacewalks until this time frame and this crew for Expedition 59.
And Tracy, the EV-1, how do you hear?
One, did you hear EV calling?
And Station Houston, if you're calling us on Station Ground 1, we did copy EV-1.
Did copy. Okay.
Good copy. I just wanted to, my suit P is at 3.7. I just wanted to make sure that drop was expected from the leak check.
And that's expected.
And I'm showing 3.6.
Copy, thank you.
We copy.
We are in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll reacquire our downlink TV from the International Space Station shortly. Everything is going by the book with all of the pre-spacewalk preparations to send Anne McClain and Nick Hague out the door of the Quest airlock to begin this first spacewalk of 2019, the 214th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. And back inside the Quest airlock, if you're just joining us, Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, just 8 days into his first flight into space, having launched back in the wee hours Baikonur time of March 15th. On the left side of your screen, as David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency and Christina Cook gently move Anne McClain into the crew lock section of Quest. Hague will join her there shortly. As you can see, McClain, as EV-1 or extravehicular crew member number 1, is wearing the suit with the red stripes, no stripes on Nick Hague's suit. To give you a time reference, the front clock here in Mission Control showing a go for depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest about 15 minutes from now. That'll be after Nick Hague joins McClain inside the crew lock, and they're properly positioned and the hatch is closed, separating David St. Jacques and Christina Cook from the two spacewalkers. The International Space Station is currently flying 248 statute miles over eastern China, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
So when you get in, we'll want to move that down toward my legs.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and when we get in, we'll pin the V-guide bag up over her legs so she's got a little bit more clearance behind her to open the hatch.
Throughout today's spacewalk, we'll be fielding questions periodically from those of you on social media. Using the hashtag AskNASA to submit your questions of interest. We have one from Johnny that says, will the old nickel hydrogen batteries be left to burn up on reentry? That should create quite a fireworks display. The 9 of the 12 old nickel hydrogen batteries that are in the process of being removed from the integrated electronics assembly on this spacewalk and the next spacewalk a week from today on the Port 4 truss of the International Space Station. 9 of those 12 will be reinserted into that external pallet that is currently housed on a payload attachment on the truss of the station. Later on this year, that external pallet will be inserted back into an HTV vehicle, a Japanese cargo ship, in lieu of a new set of batteries that will be brought on board the station by the next Japanese cargo ship. And when the HTV is deorbited to burn up over the Pacific Ocean, so will 9 of those 12 nickel hydrogen batteries. The other 3, again, there's not enough room on that external pallet that burns up upon reentry on an HTV vehicle, but 9 of the 12 will burn up. The other 3 are permanently stowed for posterity on the International Space Station.
Sounds good. Free.
St. Jacques and Cook now attaching the simplified aid for EVA rescue jetpack equipment to the spacesuit of Nick Hague. Already inside the crew lock, you can see in the background there is Anne McClain wearing the suit with the red stripes. She's all set to go, soon to be joined by Hague. Once Hague is moved into the crew lock, that hatch will be closed, and the two spacewalkers will complete final preparations before switching their suits to internal battery power after the crew lock section is fully depressurized. Here at the Spacewalk or EVA console, Jacqueline Kagi is the spacewalk officer for today's spacewalk and the one that will be conducted 1 week from today. She is the second from the bottom of your screen. She has been working in the preparation of the choreography for this spacewalk for over a year with the lead flight director, Mary Lawrence, who will be on console throughout the course of the day today, as she will 1 week from today.
Okay. Good access.
While we watch Nick Hague prepare to be moved inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock by David St. Jacques and Christina Cook, another question coming at us on social media. How long can crew members be out on a spacewalk? Typically, spacewalks are timed for about 6.5 hours in duration, with some margin based on the consumables that they have in their extravehicular mobility units for breathable oxygen and water to keep their liquid cooling garments at comfortable temperature. The longest spacewalk in history was 8 hours 56 minutes on March 11th, 2001 by Jim Voss and Susan Helms on STS-102, one of the early assembly missions for the International Space Station.
LED for 2.
And I have a green LED on my WVS. Copy. EV-1, hat feels dry.
Yep, 2 half dry.
We copy.
hatch.
Toward the hatch? My tools are touching the hatch.
Okay.
Nick Hague now inside the crew lock section of Quest, being moved into the right position in the cramped quarters of the crew lock by Christina Cook and David St. Jacques. The Quest airlock has been the venerable place for U.S. spacewalks to take place out of since July of 2001, when it was launched aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis on the STS-104 mission as one of the critical components in space station assembly.
I've got enough head clearance, I can reach the whole UIA, so that's good, and then I'll be able to cheat a little bit more port for you, Anne, when we open the hatch.
Okay, yeah, so I'll need to shoot a little port just to get it open, but we can make those adjustments.
That V-guide bag, is that over Anne's legs, or is it over her fliff? Yeah.
Okay, let's move the V-guide back down to my legs.
Yeah,
I will.
And two's got clearance.
And can you see that back down there?
I'm still looking. The V-guide bag is over Anne's legs. We'd like to... Yeah, let's move it towards her legs.
We want to go as far forward as we can.
That'll give her clearance to open the hatch. Thanks.
Copy. Thanks, sir.
David St. Jacques trying to make both Hague and McClain a bit more comfortable as they're wedged up against each other in the cramped confines of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Just a few moments from now, that hatch will be closed to separate the two spacewalkers from St. Jacques and Christina Cook, who have assisted the crew throughout the past several hours in suiting up and conducting their pre-breathe of pure oxygen to cleanse the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams to prevent any condition known as decompression sickness from occurring once McClain and Hague step out into the void of space a short time from now. The flight control team here at Mission Control in Houston has given a go for the depressurization of the crew lock. Once we get to that point, all systems are operating normally. We have two good spacesuits, and everything is in preparedness for the start of this 214th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Nick's waist feather is on the airlock training center. And I do see it locked black on black.
I see the anchor hook locked black on black. And the waist hook locked black on black. Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And David, you can see the attachment here on my right wrist feather.
is closed.
Station 1 from the airlock. With your concurrence, will defer step 63 to after east.
And David, we agree. Defer step 63 and sub post depress.
Okay, deferring step 63.
Say again, David. It's hard to hear over the hot mic.
Comm check. Can you hear me over the hot mic?
Yeah, that's better.
I should speak more loudly.
Here in Mission Control, veteran astronauts Tracy Caldwell Dyson on the right side of your screen, a veteran of 3 spacewalks herself. She's talking to the crew in the Quest airlock as we prepare for the spacewalk. Once the hatch is closed and the depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest is underway, she'll be handing over spacecraft communications duties to European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet on the left side of your screen, who will be the so-called intravehicular or spacewalk choreographer, running down all the procedures step by step with McClain and Hague as they conduct their work outside of the International Space Station along the port 4 truss of the complex throughout the course of this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. Once again, today's spacewalk and the one to be conducted by Anne McClain and Christina Cook 1 week from today is designed to continue the upgrade of the station's power systems through the methodical replacement of old, aging nickel-hydrogen batteries with newer, more powerful lithium-ion batteries. Each pair of nickel-hydrogen batteries is being replaced for the 8 power channels on the International Space Station by a single lithium-ion battery and a corresponding adapter plate. "24 batteries in 2 sets of 12 were mounted at the base of the 2 solar array wings on the starboard side of the station's main truss, 2 sets of 12 on the port side. And so we are in the process at the midpoint, if you will, of replacing all 48 of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries with these smaller, more efficient lithium-ion batteries that are in the process and have been carried up to the station on Japanese HTV cargo ships. And the hatch is now being closed by David St. Jacques, isolating the two spacewalkers, Anne McClain and Nick Hague, from them. They are in the equipment lock section, the outermost section of the two-section Quest airlock. The two spacewalkers now by themselves inside the crew lock as we prepare for the start of the depressurization of that section of the International Space Station in advance of the crew placing their suits on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying just to the west of Baja, California, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Station systems operating to perfection. While we have a moment, a couple of additional questions coming into us on hashtag Ask NASA from social media circles. Katie asking, what kind of training did astronauts McClain and Hague complete to be ready for their spacewalk? Each astronaut that flies to the International Space Station completes about 2 years of overall training, essentially training that includes both generic training on station systems and more specific training on the types of spacewalks they are likely to encounter during the course of their increments on board the International Space Station. Emma then asks, how long is the communication delay between mission control and the space station? There is no delay. It's instantaneous through the wonder of the tracking and data relay satellite system, this network of orbiting communications satellites that orbit 24,000 miles above the Earth to form an almost continuous communications link between the International Space Station and other orbiting satellites and spacecraft. Once again, back following a short handover between communications satellites. So you're looking at David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency on your right, Christina Cook, NASA flight engineer, on your left. The hatch closed between them and Nick Hague and Anne McClain, who are behind that hatch in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, preparing for the start of the depressurization of the crew lock section that will set the stage for the start of today's spacewalk, the 214th, in support of space station assembly and maintenance. Just to recap, the work to be conducted outside today by McClain and Nick Hague.
73. We also took UHF out of public call 5, and so you have a go to complete your complete your step 74, and you have the go in 76.
With that. And Nick, this is Ivy. How copy?
I've got you loud and clear.
I got you loud and clear.
Loud and clear. All right, for you, Nick, on the UIA, check that the depress pump power is off, OFF.
Depress pump is off, OFF.
Check that the depress pump enabled LED is on, ON.
Depress pump enable LED is lit.
Let's moving on to the cue card. I don't know if you heard my reminders previously. I'll repeat them otherwise.
Did not hear them.
Must have happened during the comm reconfig. Right. So drink during depress to prevent the IDD overpress and leak.
Copy.
Expect to hear the depress pump and chatter from the TPRV during depress.
Copy.
Copy.
You can monitor your DCM for all pressure, but do not toggle the status switch during the depress to prevent inadvertent switch throws.
Copy.
Copy.
These preparatory instructions from St. Jacques in advance of the actual start of the depressurization of the airlock, which should begin momentarily.
Proceed to the crew lock depress.
You have a go.
Happy go. All right, Nick, on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on, ON, and wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power is on.
Nick, the depress action, depress pump man isolation valve open. TV expect alert tone.
Copy. Depress pump man ISO valve is
gauge
open.
below 5.5.
Copy.
Monitor if below 5.5. If it goes above 5.5, stop the depress.
You two copies.
And the depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest now underway. This will be done in a two-step fashion. First down to about 5 pounds of pressure per square inch inside the airlock, where we will pause to allow a systems check, both for the flight control team here in Houston and the crew aboard the International Space Station before the depressurization is resumed back down to vacuum.
Heads up, when the crew lock is at 6, expect an alert tone.
1 copy.
2 copies.
And Nick, heads up, when the crew lock is at 5, you're gonna switch the depress pump man isolation valve to closed, only when it's at 5.
Copy at 5. Current pressure 11.9.
The depressurization of the Quest airlock's crew lock section underway. It started at 6:26 a.m. Central Time. To recap the work that lies ahead outside for Anne McClain and Nick Hague today, they'll be working on the 4A power channel on the Port 4 truss of the International Space Station. Earlier in the week, the robotics team and mission control and at the Canadian Space Agency in Saint-Hubert, Quebec, used the station's robotic arm to relocate 4 old nickel hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly for the 4A channel at the base of that solar array wing. One of those old batteries now parked on the special purpose dexterous manipulator, or Dexter, for later disposal. 3 of the other nickel hydrogen batteries were moved from the external pallet on the H2 transfer vehicle for later disposal. And 3 new lithium-ion batteries were robotically relocated into their resulting open slots in the integrated electronics assembly. The work today outside will involve the movement of 3 adapter plates. These adapter plates are designed to serve as platforms to complete the circuitry for the battery charge discharge unit that stores and disposes electricity for the solar array wings during daylight and dark passes of the Earth. It also serves as thermal protection for the integrated electronics assembly and a stowage location for the old nickel hydrogen batteries that cannot be brought home on the HTV's external pallet because of space limitations. Only 9 of the 12 old nickel hydrogen batteries to be relocated in today's spacewalk and the one a week from today, and the associated robotics work. Only 9 of those 12 older batteries can return to Earth to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. In addition to the movement of 3 adapter plates to their respective locations in the 4A power channels integrated electronics assembly, there will be the relocation of 2 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly to be placed on the adapter plates that are being transferred as well. Those batteries will stay on the International Space Station forever.
And PV's reminder, when crew lock at 6, expect alert tones. Nick, reminder, when crew lock is 5, you're going to switch off the pump. You're going to, switch the depress pump valve to close.
1 copy.
And 2 copies. I'm showing current pressure 7.6.
Copy 7.6. heads up, should be approaching 6.
Showing 5.9.
Copy. Did you get a tone?
Negative.
Copy, negative. And did you get a tone?
EV1 is going back and forth between airlock T and O2 position, and I just get a beep every time it changes.
Copy that. Reminder, Nick, at 5, you're going to take the depress pump man isolation valve to close at airlock pressure 5.0.
Copy.
And Nick should be approaching 5.
Copy. Here's 5. Man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, man ISO valve closed. Both EVs. Now we're moving on to a leak check. So take display status until leak check question mark is displayed, and then yes for 2 seconds, and follow instructions for the leak check.
EV1 copies, and EV1 is in leak check.
Copy, EV1 leak check.
Is in leak check.
Leak check, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've taken a brief pause in the depressurization of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. The depressurization will resume momentarily down to vacuum as the precursor to Anne McClain and Nick Hague placing their suits on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is approaching the coast of Chile, moving from northwest to southeast, soon to enter an orbital sunrise.
Setting O2 actuator EVA.
Copy, O2 actuator EVA for EV1.
Leak check complete.
These are complete for EV2.
Both McClain and Hague reporting good leak checks on their suits, so their suits have been rock solid throughout the course of this morning's spacewalk preparations.
EV1 is in EVA, waiting for the status on the DCM.
Copy, EV1 EVA.
And EV1, O2 position EVA on the DCM.
Copy, O2 position confirm EVA on the DCM for EV1.
V2, O2 position, EVA, confirmed on DCM.
Copy, EV2, O2 actuator position, EVA. Nick, depress pump manization valve, take 2, open.
First pump man ISO valve is open.
And I am taking the emergency MPEP to open.
Copy.
The depressurization now has resumed. It will be placing the crew lock section down at vacuum a short time from now.
EVs, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If it goes above 5.5, we'll stop the depress.
1 copies.
2 copies.
Just to set the stage one more time, this is the first spacewalk for both Anne McClain and Nick Hague. McClain is EV-1, or extravehicular crew member number 1 today, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes.
When crew lock at 2.
Nick Hague, EV-2, or extravehicular crew member number 2. His suit bears no stripes.
Copy. I'll take it closed.
Once the 2 spacewalkers are outside, they will activate their helmet cameras that are mounted on their extravehicular mobility units or spacesuits. You'll be seeing up close and personal views of the work that they'll be doing at the Port 4 work site. And McClain's helmet camera number that you'll see, it's a ghostly figure that you'll see in the lower corner of your screen. It will be number 20. Nick Hague's helmet camera is number 17.
Nick, heads up. Should be approaching 2.8 side.
Be showing 2.4.
2.4.
Closing depress pump man ISO valve.
The depress pump man ISO valve closed at 2.0. Next for you, for EV2, on the UIA, switch depress pump power to off OFF.
Depress pump power is off OFF.
Both EVs, now it's time for your report of the initial tether config.
Okay, starting at EV1, I have a waist tether. On my left side, the gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That is hooked to my MWS. My safety tether on my left side, my red hook, is connected to my D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That leads to my crew reel, number 23, which is unlocked. My yellow hook is connected to the anchor reel. The yellow hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Anchor reel is unlocked, and that leads to my MWS. On my right side, I have my right waist tether. And Nick, can you get an eye on that? Where it hooks?
Right waist tether. Stand by.
Right here.
And it is closed, slider lock, black on black.
Okay, and that leads to the waist tether large hook, which is gate closed, slider lock, black on black, hooked to EV-2's anchor reel, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. His anchor reel is unlocked.
Here in Mission Control, Spacewalk Officer Jackie Hague reports to Flight Director Mary Lawrence that all of the crew's reports on the configuration of their tethers is as they should be. Everything in good shape as we edge ever so close down to vacuum for the crew lock and the start of today's spacewalk.
And I see his red hook. And that is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Additionally, on the airlock D-ring extender, I see EV-2's waist tether, gate closed, slider lock, black on black, which leads back to his D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Okay, guys.
Station from the airlock. Did you copy all the reports?
Yeah, David, it's coming back to you. The only thing we'd like to repeat is the yellow hook on anchor reel, EV-2.
Didn't work. And Tracy, I have EV-2's yellow hook hooked to his anchor reel, and I see it gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
All right, that's a good config for both you and Nick.
Copies.
EVs, as the pressure keeps slowly going down, just a heads up, when DPDT approaches 0, you can expect an alert tone.
1 copies.
2 copies.
The heads up on the next actions is when the EV hatch delta T is less than 0.5 psi, that's when we will open the hatch.
1 copy.
And I've got all the bags all the way forward to give you as much room.
Following final systems checks and communications checks, the crew will open the hatch on the crew lock, exposing them to the vacuum of space. That will be right before they place their suits on internal battery power. The big batteries that we're talking about that are in the process of being replaced, the nickel hydrogen batteries being replaced for the new lithium-ion batteries, they have the same dimensions, 40.4 by 36.8 by 18.9 inches. The lithium-ion batteries weigh a bit more. The nickel hydrogen batteries, the older ones that are being removed for disposal and storage on the station, weigh 364 pounds of mass on Earth. The lithium-ion batteries weigh 428 pounds apiece. Joining Christina Koch and David St. Jacques is the commander of Expedition 59, Russian cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko, who launched with St. Jacques and Anne McClain last December. They will remain on board the station until they return home on June 25th, Kazakhstan time, for a landing in the Soyuz MS-09 spacecraft. As we mentioned earlier, the robotics team has already been hard at work over the past several days this week, robotically relocating 4 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries from their slots in the integrated electronics assembly for the 4A power channel at the base of the P4 truss of the International Space Station. One of those old batteries now parked temporarily on the special purpose dexterous manipulator, the Dexter robotic attachment on the station's Canadarm2 robotic arm. 3 of the old batteries were moved for disposal to the external pallet that is parked on a payload attachment point on the truss of the station. Those batteries will burn up with that pallet later this year once it is placed in a future H-2 transfer vehicle, a Japanese cargo ship that is used to transport these batteries to and from the station. In addition to that work, 3 new lithium-ion batteries were relocated robotically into the resulting open slots in the integrated electronics assembly. All of this work to be replicated a week from today by Anne McClain and Christina Koch during the next spacewalk that will service the 2A power channel on the P4 truss.
Sun should be approaching 0.5. Heads up.
The hatch is reading 0.9 PSID.
Copy 0.9er on the hatch gauge.
Hatch is reading 0.6 PSID.
0.6. We are rating 28 millimeters. It jibes.
Okay.
EV1, we're showing 26 millimeters of mercury.
Checking.
The crew lock section of Quest just about down to vacuum. Just a few more steps before the two spacewalkers, Anne McClain and Nick Hague, take final systems and suit checks and open the hatch to expose them to the vacuum of space. The official start of the spacewalk is marked when they place their suits on battery power.
And David, the EV hatch reads 0.5 PSID.
0.5 PSID. Your go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Work. The handle is unlocked.
You see the outer thermal cover of the Quest Airlock's crew lock section now open. The hatch was opened at 6:58 a.m. Central Time. The EVA not yet officially underway. We're standing by for the crew placing their suits on battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. In addition, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency will be taking over ground communications duties, talking directly to McClain and Hague during the course of today's spacewalk. Tracy Caldwell-Dyson on the right has guided the crew through the final elements of their spacewalk preparations inside the crew lock. Pesquet, again, a veteran of two spacewalks, one of which was a replica of what will be conducted today by McClain and Hague. Pesquet joined Shane Kimbrough on January 13th, 2017 for battery replacement work on the starboard fore truss.
Didn't copy step 14. You got that MPES closed?
Affirm. Both 13 and 14 complete.
Excellent. Well, I will
Yeah.
Let me move the bag up later.
wish Anne and
Go.
Nick
There we go.
There you go.
successful EVA. Will be here supporting you. I'm going to officially hand you over to your ground IV, Thomas.
All right, thanks, TC. Merci, David.
Thanks,
Super
TC.
boulot. And Anne and Nick, this is Thomas. The team here is ready. Are you guys ready to step into the post-depress section of the Q card?
Good morning, Thomas and the rest of the team. We are ready.
Ready to go.
Okay, so on your DCM, you'll now switch power to BAT, and would like you to stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
EV1 in work. EV1 is BAT. And tell me my display switch is functional.
E2's in bat. Display is functional.
Copy, EV1 and 2 in bat, and display switch is functional. Nick, on the UIA, you'll take the power EV2 switches, 2 of them, to the off position.
Copy. EV1, power off. EV2, power off.
And if you can check for us that the power EV1 2 LEDs are off.
As expected.
And 2 LEDs are off, and I got the H2O message as well.
We copy H2O message for both of you. You can now disconnect your SCU from the DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
This is Mission Control Houston, with McClain and Hague having placed their suits on internal battery power. The official start of today's spacewalk marked at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern Time. The 214th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance now officially underway. Once again, the start time 7:01 a.m. Central, 8:01 a.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station flew just to the south of Madagascar.
EV2 SCUs in the pouch. DCM covers installed.
Copy EV1 and 2, SCUs disconnected, DCM covers in place, and SCUs in the pouch. Nick, you can now check that the depressed pump manual isolation valve is closed.
It is closed, Jamal.
Copy, and for both of you on your DCM, you'll take the temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1 is max hot.
EV2 max hot.
Copy EV1 and 2, and you can now take your water switch to on, ON.
EV1 water switch on.
2 water switch on.
Copy EV1 and 2, check that your DCM display is blank and you have no byte light.
EV1, DCM blank, no bite.
2 blank, no bite.
You can now adjust your temperature control as desired, and if you could please report your suit P gauge to us.
Okay, EV1 is about 4.5 on the TCV, suit P gauge is reading 4.3.
Copy EV1.
EV2, suit P gauge 4.2, DCVs at 5.
Copy EV2, you can take your visors down. It's nice and bright outside.
EV1 copies.
Thomas Pesquet, the spacewalk communicator here in Mission Control, talking to McClain and Hague as they prepare to exit the Quest airlock. The spacewalk officially underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern Time. You see in this view in the upper right-hand corner the Soyuz MS-12 spacecraft docked to the Rassvet module on the nadir side, the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, having arrived just a week ago, carrying Hague along with Alexei Ovchinin and Christina Cook to the station from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Check what you caught on.
Yeah, my left foot's on something.
For 3 now.
Okay.
Just the bag is behind you.
Copy.
Good.
Copy.
Your tethers look good. You look clear going through the hatch.
Copy. Okay, and EV1 safety tether is to the forward airlock D-ring. Gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Okay, we copied gate is closed and hook is locked. Can you check one more time for us that your reels are unlocked, Anne?
Yes, I see my crew lock is unlocked, crew reel is unlocked, my anchor reel is unlocked, and I can see again my yellow hook is locked black on black, and my red anchor to my left steering extender is locked black on black.
We copy, those are good checks, and you can now attach Nick's anchor hook to the aft external D-ring.
Anne McClain now peering out of the hatchway of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, beginning the first spacewalk of her career. She'll be followed shortly by Nick Hague as they configure their tools, reels, and tethers, all of their equipment for the planned 6.5-hour spacewalk to continue the replacement of older nickel hydrogen batteries with new lithium-ion batteries and associated adapter plates for the integrated electronics assembly for the 4A power channel on the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
Connected to the aft airlock D-ring, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. In front of me, I also have his anchor reel. I see it's unlocked. I see his yellow hook. It's locked.
Reel is unlocked and the red hook is locked.
And crew reel is unlocked. And EV-1 is egressing.
And we copy all. We see you guys in a good config.
Anne McClain now outside of the International Space Station.
EV-1 has egress.
Copy EV-1, and with that you can give EV-2 a go to release his waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
All right, Nick, you are go.
Copy and work.
McClain is the 13th female to walk in space, the 12th American. The one Russian cosmonaut was the first, Svetlana Savitskaya, in August of 1984. The first American astronaut to walk in space, Kathy Sullivan, on the STS-41G mission of the Shuttle Challenger in October of that same year.
Copy, Nick. You can now transfer the crew log bag number 1 to EV-1. And EV-1, you'll receive that crew log bag and store on your BRT.
Okay. And Nick, I'm grabbing my ret here.
Okay, that's about as far down as I can get.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, I have the crew lock bag. Catching my ret. Okay, my BRT ret is on the crew lock bag. And the ret's coming back to you, Nick.
Ready. Got it.
Copy, Anne, and Nick, if you can bring back that large small ret to the D-ring extender.
And it is attached to the D-ring extender.
We copy. You can now, if Anne is ready, you can transfer that V-guide bag to her, and Anne, you'll receive that V-guide bag and temp stow it on the airlock circular handrail.
Stand by one.
The V-guide bag, referred to by Thomas Pesquet, is a bag containing equipment that consists of 4 so-called V-guides. These are alignment apparatus that would be used to perform a replacement of space station radiators, heat dispensing radiators in the future. That'll be the first task of today's spacewalk, actually unrelated to the battery replacement, but to be conducted while the crew is in the vicinity of the work site to which this bag will be stowed for future use if required.
The support loop on the handrail, so you can go ahead and release the internal ret if you can get fixed.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it back toward me.
Good view of Anne McClain, soon to be joined outside by Nick Hague. Spacewalk began again at 7:01 a.m. Central Time. The communications outside by the two spacewalkers will at some time, from time to time, be a rhubarb of sound, a cacophony of sound between themselves out in the void of space and the spacecraft communicator, Thomas Pesquet, here in Mission Control.
With the large hook, if I do that, it's going to string across the hatch. We're not bringing the V-guide back, so I just want to take it back to the handrail it's on.
Yes, that is correct, Nick. You're go to do that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Nick, I'm going to move to the forward side, or up by the toolboxes. You can egress.
Copy that. So, Ma, I am putting my BRT ret on the crew lock bag, the drag out behind me.
We copy, Nick, and once you're in good config, you can egress the airlock with that crew lock bag, number 2 on your BRT ret.
Okay. That large small that was on the crew lock bag is now on the D-ring extender in the airlock, and I am egressing.
We copy.
You're clear. That bag's just sitting just port of the airlock, or the hatch.
Okay.
I am forward port.
And Nick Hague now outside the International Space Station in the early minutes of his first spacewalk.
All right, from here I can see that your left spacer handle is down.
All right. Stand by one. I'm going to get this on my BRT first.
Oh, copy.
The International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast across the northern Indian Ocean, about to cross the southwestern coast of India. Just minutes into today's spacewalk, the first of 2019, the 214th in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Bottles out. The BRT. Okay.
That looks like a good spot. I also see your right spacer handle down.
Okay. We come around so we can see each other.
All right. Good. Can you pull this bag out of the way?
And whenever you guys are in a good position, we're ready for your body check.
Okay, I don't see your WBS light.
Okay, I tilt back more.
Nope. It's not on.
Okay. Yeah, you got bumped off. Not on.
All right.
Okay, good green light there.
I see 3-minute workstation tabs up on you. Okay.
Anne McClain near the top of your screen, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes as EV-1 or extravehicular crew member number 1. Nick Hague at the bottom of your screen. He has a suit with no stripes as EV-2 or extravehicular crew member number 2. Before long, they will be in position to activate their helmet cameras to provide us up-close views of all of the work they'll be conducting in support of this battery swap-out at the P4 truss. Once they do, Anne McClain's helmet camera will have the ghostly figure, the number 20 on the lower right-hand corner. Nick Hague's helmet camera is number 17.
Is locked on my left E-ring extender, black on black. Wheels are both unlocked. Yellow hook is locked black on black, and my anchor is locked black on black.
Okay.
We copy, and that's a good config.
My handles, my tabs, lights.
Copy.
BBS. Okay, starting top, you've got a good green light. Your helmet lights are on. They look good. I see 3 tabs up, and I see 1 safer handle and 2 safer handles down.
Copy.
And I've got a dry hap.
I have the dry hap as well.
I think that's good buddy checks.
Concur, what do you think, Tomas?
Yeah, we think that's good body checks. We didn't get Nick's tethers and tools, so if you could run through that for us one more time, please.
Yep. Starting at the anchor hook. I've got anchor hook closed, black on black. Anchor reel unlocked, yellow hook, gate closed, black on black. Screw reel unlock, and red hook, gate closed, black on black.
And Anne and Nick, those are good configure. And now go to close the hatch thermal cover.
Copy. Didn't work.
Hatch thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover is closed, and you can now perform your translation adaptation. I can guide you through it, or you can just do as you please.
Okay.
While McClain and Hague orient themselves in their first minutes of their initial spacewalks of their career, a couple of social media questions under the hashtag AskNASA that we're continuing to take in from our viewers around the world. The next one is this their first spacewalk? And the answer is yes, their initial spacewalk, the first for both McClain and Hague, as they plan a 6.5-hour excursion outside of the International Space Station in support of the continuing upgrade of the power systems, this time on the port truss of the International Outpost. The next question, how often does a spacewalk happen during a year? That's a variable number. There's no set number. It depends on the amount of operational requirement that there is either for assembly or maintenance work. In this case, there could be quite a few spacewalks conducted throughout the course of this calendar year, not just by U.S. astronauts, but by Russian cosmonauts as well. Later in the year, there'll be perhaps 4 to 6 spacewalks out on the far port truss of the International Space Station, the P6 truss, to continue this battery upgrade work. And there are spacewalks being developed, not yet completely set in stone, but spacewalks that are under consideration and development for improvements and upgrades and maintenance work to the alpha magnetic spectrometer that was delivered to the International Space Station in 2011.
Yeah.
Yep.
Feeling comfortable.
Copy, me too. Okay, over here to the starboard side.
Okay.
Goodbye. You're right, but you got that.
Okay, EV1 and 2, we copy you're both comfortable. Yeah, we copy you're both comfortable. Small reminder from us to take it easy during the first hour of the EVA, to not impact the METOX rates. And with that, we'll step into our V-guide bag, deploy a task, and you guys can retrieve that V-guide bag from the airlock circular handrail, put a ret on it, and send it up to that S0 worksite.
Okay, come on, I have a mini workstation ret onto the V-guide bag. So Nick, if you wouldn't mind releasing it right there.
Yep, it's coming your way.
Copy?
Released.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to move starboard and let you go by.
I'm going to tend it towards you a little bit. Okay.
Copy. You can translate up the sea to spur to that S0 starboard wedge phase, and Nick, you're going to be leading that translation up the sea to spur.
This first task by McClain and Hague, unrelated to the actual battery work that will be ongoing for the bulk of today's spacewalk, this deployment of this so-called V-guide bag. The V-guides act as an alignment tool during the Canadarm2 robotic arm removal and installation of radiator replacements, should they become necessary for both the starboard 1 and port 1 trusses of the International Space Station in the future. These V-guides act as an alignment tool to enable the space station's robotic arm to precisely install the radiator replacement units should they become necessary. This V-guide bag will be installed at a location on the S0 truss. That's the midpoint of the backbone of the International Space Station, right smack dab in the middle of the truss segments of the left and right sides of the truss of the International Space Station, and will remain there indefinitely should they be required for any radiator replacement work in the future.
I'm on the sea to spur. I'm going to let you get a little front of me so your safety tether lays up.
Okay. And the bag's just kind of tending over your head.
Copy.
Okay. In the corner.
Copy. I see your safety tether. I'm clear of it.
Okay. Stand by. I'm going to...
Anne McClain with the suit bearing the red stripes at the top of your screen. Just to the right is Nick Hague as they prepare to deploy this V-guide bag, this bag of alignment tools at the S0 or midpoint of the truss segment of the station. We're about to pass into an orbital sunrise, and in doing so, orbital sunset, I should say, and in doing so, we're also in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. Some 25 minutes into today's spacewalk that began at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern Time, the first spacewalk of 2019.
Am I at your feet now?
Yep, I'm swinging them out of the way.
All right.
Okay. So I think if I pull it a little bit more this way, it's kind of where you need to be.
Yep, I concur.
Okay. Okay. Hang out here for a second, let you get in position.
Okay.
I have a hand on the A hook that we released.
Okay. All right, so I could take the bag. You want to keep going?
Okay, you've got the bag.
I have the bag.
Keep going up without my green hook.
Copy.
You said it looks good.
All right, we see you guys going. You're looking good, and Nick, you'll fair lead your green hook on S03439 on top of that S0 starboard wedge work site.
Copy, Tama, handrails in hand.
Our first view from the helmet camera of Anne McClain. Extravehicular number 1, EV-1, bearing the suit with the red stripes as she begins to make her way first to the S0 truss for the deployment of the bag of alignment tools for future radiator replacement work should that become necessary. She and Nick Hague, who will be wearing the helmet camera designated 17 in that lower right-hand corner that you see, they then will press on to the P4 truss, the Port 4 truss segment of the International Space Station on the left side of the station's backbone to set up the work site that they will be at for the rest of today's activities to install adapter plates and to move a couple of old nickel hydrogen batteries around for temporary stowage on the International Space Station.
Strap there?
That's correct. Delta is attached to 3423.
Copy, Delta is attached to 3423.
And Tama, my green hook is down.
Copy, Nick, your green hook down on 3439.
The triple's unlocked.
And Tama, the Alpha is hooked to the nadir stanchion of the starboard handrail of this nadir keel.
We copy, Anne, and would like to remind you to check that this MLI flap beneath the 3423 is secured to structure. We didn't hear that call if you made it.
Yes, the Delta is connected to 3423.
Yeah, we copy Delta is connected. We want to make sure that this MLI flap underneath handrail 3423 is still secured to structure.
Oh, I see. No, actually, it's not on structure. It's kind of over the handrail.
Yeah, I can correct that.
Copy.
Okay, and the MLI flap is secure underneath the handrail.
Okay.
We copy, Nick. That flap is underneath the handrail. It's a good config. And you can move on to the next strap.
I have Bravo in my hand.
I'm working on Charlie. Charlie's unhooked. Utama. Curly hook is down on the, we're calling this the mater starboard handrail on the port side of the truss.
Copy, Nick, those are good words. We see with 3 straps attached, and there's still Bravo to go.
Yep, and Bravo is about to be attached to the starboard stanchion.
If you need slack, I can give you some.
No, Bravo is now attached to the starboard stanchion of 3437.
We copy all 4 straps are attached. You can now cinch those straps so that the V-guide bag is as secure to structure as can be and not interfering with the OTSD or the ATA.
Copy. And you want me to do Bravo first, so it kind of sends lower away from that OTSD? What do you think, Nick?
I need to get Delta up here because right now the Charlie strap is going right over the top of the end of it, so I need to move it more to the starboard.
Okay.
So
I'll hold.
Stand by.
There is some slack left in Bravo if you need it.
Yeah, give me all the slack you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Swing this way. And stand by, Ann. I'm going to release this. There's a couple twists that are going to make it tough to get fully cinched. I'm going to take those out. Wedged in here pretty tight.
Okay, you can able to reposition it.
Okay. Oh, the twist got in. And now push on the ORU toward me.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Great. Now you can push it down as much as I can. Okay.
All right, you ready for me to do Bravo?
Yeah, you need to do Bravo to bring the ORU towards you.
Okay.
To keep that line off the OTSD and the ORU itself as cinch as tight as you can.
Work. That's about as tight as it's going to get.
Okay. Tighten this. Okay. So I'm going to back up Omaha so you guys can see clearance on the OTSD. You see that in the WVS?
Hey, Nick, we don't have a good view right now in your WVS. This is not a good coverage area, but stand by for a moment.
Okay.
We're trying to see what we can get.
Good. Easier to see at night if you take the sunglasses off. Pretty stable.
Yeah. the alpha is a little loose, but I think between Bravo and Delta being tight, it's pretty in there.
If I cinch Charlie anymore, it's going to be over the top of the bottom of the OTSD.
All right.
So you've got no more slack. Alpha we can't adjust.
Right. The only option we would have is loosening Delta and pulling it this way.
Yeah, and then that draws the strap for Charlie over
over the OTSD. Yeah. I think this is the best spot to stay clear of that.
You could try to wrap the alpha strap around the handrail a couple times.
Yeah.
And then connect it to shorten it up. What do you guys on the ground think?
Stand by, Nick. We're talking about it right now.
Okay.
Another option is to loop alpha around the handrail and then attach it back to the metal frame of the V-guide bag.
Hey, Anne and Nick.
Because you guys don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're copying your conversation. We're talking about your plan to wrap that AET around alpha and bring it back to the bag. And we need you guys to take it easy for a minute on the med rates, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yep.
Copy.
Stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. Some 36 minutes now into today's spacewalk by Anne McClain and Nick Hague. Everything proceeding well. The crew a few minutes ahead of the timeline as they operate at the center point of the backbone of the International Space Station at the S0 or starboard 0 truss, where they're in the process of deploying a bag that is filled with alignment guides that would be used in the event a replacement of a radiator for either the starboard 1 or port 1 truss of the International Space Station would become necessary.
There's probably 3 or 4 inches of clearance from the strap to the very nadir tip of the OTSD, and then there's a kind of a dog handrail handle at the bottom of the OTSD that's got another 4 inches of clearance from the ORU. The ORU is not directly over the OTSD. It's maybe got an inch or 2 of offset.
Okay, we copy, Nick. This sounds like a good configuration. Stand by 1.
And one suggestion from where I'm at, I'm looking at the alpha strap come on, and it is loose. One recommendation, rather than going around the handrail, is to loop it back through the tied down strap that is on the V-guide bag, the diagonal straps that the hooks are stowed in. Loop it through there and then hook it back to the same place that it's at right now, this nadir stanchion. I think that would keep alpha, that would keep any drip from going up toward the Charlie area, toward the OTSD.
Okay, Anne, we're okay with that suggestion, so you can go ahead and put that in work.
Here in Mission Control, standing on the left side of your screen in the white shirt is European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, who's serving as the spacewalk communicator, talking directly to McClain and Hague as they conduct their work outside of the Quest airlock. Seated is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, veteran astronaut. Pesquet and Dyson with a total of 5 spacewalks together to their credit, no stranger to the environment of spacewalking. Standing second from your right is the flight director for today's spacewalk, as she will be again a week from today for the next spacewalk by Anne McClain and Christina Cook. That is Mary Lawrence. And on the far right of your screen is flight director Rick Henfling, who on April 8th will be the lead flight director for the third in the series of triple EVAs, as they are known. That'll be a spacewalk by Nick Hague and David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency to install jumper cables for system redundancy for the station's robotic arm and other communications upgrades.
4 straps. So, Nick, if you could snap a couple pictures, that's good enough for now. And we go to move on to our next task.
Okay, copy, Sam.
Okay, we're going to give Bravo another cinch here.
Once you do that, then I'll take up the slack in Charlie.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. That's a good movement.
Okay, how's that?
That's good. Okay. What's the best clearance we've got? Ground, I'm going to snap some photos.
Copy, Nick.
And an excellent view of Anne McClain wearing the suit with the red stripes through this view from one of the enhanced high-definition cameras on the truss of the International Space Station. The station is currently flying 248 miles just south of the Aleutian Islands, moving from northwest to southeast.
And Tomas, he finishes up those photos. Would you want me to start moving toward the front face?
Yes, it's correct, while Nick is finishing that up. And you can start moving. If you haven't done so, obviously you can release your BRT red from the bag and start translating. Your met rates are both looking good right now. So you go to phase 1.
Copy in work, and my BRT ret is currently the crew lock bag. I did release my V-guide bag ret to my workstation.
Copy, you released your mini workstation right from the bag. It's a good config.
Okay.
And while you're on your way, if you find a good time to give us a glove and a hat check, and same for you, Nick.
Okay. I'll stop right here and get that. Come on, both gloves have no change, no damage, and my hat is still dry.
Copy, Anne. Good gloves and dry hat. You're free to move on.
Yeah.
And Nick, you can...
gloves, no change. And
copy.
dry hat.
Copy, Nick. You have good...
While Nick Hague and Anne McClain work at the S0 truss installing and deploying this bag of alignment guides for future use, should they become necessary, we're continuing to take questions at hashtag AskNASA from our viewers around the world.
And, Nick,
how fast is the space station traveling while the astronauts are spacewalking? The same as it always travels, 5 miles a second or 17,500 miles an hour. That is the orbital velocity of all orbiting satellites and spacecraft. The next question, why aren't external batteries changed with the station's robotic arm? Fact of the matter is that they are. Earlier this week, robotics officers here in Mission Control worked to move 4 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries from their initial locations in the integrated electronics assembly at the base of the P4 truss of the station to various other locations for future disposal. And they moved 3 of the new lithium-ion batteries into open slots on the integrated electronics assembly at the P4 truss. So this is a blend of robotics work that precedes the spacewalk. The spacewalk itself by McClain and Hague today is designed
And Anne, we see you up on phase 1.
To move adapter plates, basically platforms upon which old nickel-hydrogen batteries will be permanently stowed on the International Space Station, and to relocate 2 old nickel-hydrogen batteries from old locations to slots in the integrated electronics assembly at the P4 truss that will not be returned to Earth. So it's basically a blend of robotics and the human hand that is at work both today as it will be a week from today, when similar work is conducted on the opposite side of the P4 truss for another one of the power channels on the station, the 2A power channel.
Down toward my fair lead.
Copy, you picked up your green hook, and keep us posted.
On the seat of handrail.
Okay. I'm out over PMM.
Your leads off. We're heading towards phase 1.
If you turn that corner up by phase 1, I'll double check that my tether didn't get caught on something. I think it might have gotten hung up on something just below phase 1 that you might be able to take off.
I'll check it out.
Thanks. I'm at the starboard cedar cart.
Yeah. You did get hung up a little bit.
Okay.
Gotta be careful not to get you behind me.
Yeah, Nick, we see yeah, you got it. You got it. It's off now. Good job. Well done.
I see 3651. There, I dropped my green hook.
I'm on phase 1, come on.
Copy, Anne. You can drop down your green hook on 3651, and we see you, Nick, on phase 1. So when you get to that truss jumper in bay 1, you can assess the lighting conditions and let us know what you think.
Copy.
And Anne, once your green hook is in place on that zenith extension of that handrail 3651, you can translate to the 4th seated cart with 3, which is zenith, inboard on that seated cart, and stow your crew log bag on this APFR.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I think I can put enough helmet light on it. Day one, get that panel that you're worried about. Take those pictures.
Okay, Nick, based on your assessment, we think you could get good pictures, so you're free to go ahead and try to snap a few pictures of those suspected ungrounded connectors. That's panel A165, and I have more words to guide you, but I think you know where it is.
And Natalia, I've got eyes on.
And Toma, my green hook is down on 3651.
And Nick, warning for you. We copy Anne, your green hook is on 3651, readers are unlocked. Nick, a warning for you. You have to stay 2 feet away from that floating connector inside the bay. If you ever get inside the bay, stay 2 feet away from that connector.
Copy.
Under the MT.
Copy Anne, under the MT, and on that port seated cart with 3 zeniths inboard, you'll find your APFR.
Okay.
"51 minutes into today's spacewalk by Anne McClain and Nick Hague. Everything proceeding by the book. A good view of Nick Hague, who, along with McClain, are beginning to set up the work site on the port truss of the International Space Station for the battery replacement work that they'll be involved in for the bulk of today's spacewalk. They've already installed a bag of alignment guides on the starboard or the S0 truss at the midpoint of the backbone of the International Space Station. And now they're pressing ahead with setting up portable foot restraints and other tools and equipment that will be used in the installation of 3 adapter plates upon which old nickel hydrogen batteries will be mounted and stowed on the International Space Station. And the relocation of 2 other old nickel hydrogen batteries from one or the other slot on the integrated electronics assembly of the Port 4 truss. 2 other slots. This is a shell game, if you will, moving batteries and adapter plates around. So they may be in the final configuration at the end of today's spacewalk, setting the stage for similar work to be done on another power channel, the 2A power channel, a week from today. In the next in this series of spacewalks, a week from today, that one to be conducted by Anne McClain and Christina Cook.
Come on, anything else you want me to take a look at before I got to move out?
No, Nick, thanks a lot. We appreciate all the pictures and the reports. We have good info. You can now move along and get to your work site. If ever you ingressed the truss, please verify for us that your safer handles are down.
Copy, and I did not go inside the truss.
Okay, so you're free to stow your EVA camera and translate port on phase 1.
I'm working on getting my crew lock bag attached to the HFR.
And then I loosened your safety tether was up on a square on a BDCU, so I got it free. You're good.
Copy, thank you.
Panama, I got a MOD strike at mile marker 8580.
We copy, Nick. Hey, Nick, we don't track all these MMOD strikes on the phase one. If you think you can just pass by and avoid it, that's fine for us. If you think it's a problem, then we can look a bit more into it.
No problem, just reporting.
Okay, we copy and thanks for the report. We appreciate it.
That reference to MMOD is micrometeoroid orbital debris, basically a small debris strike on one of the structures of the International Space Station, to be expected as the venerable complex enters its third decade of operations.
And come on, that handrail 3652.
Copy, you're on that P1 handrail 3652. You can attach your green hook. We're 2 minutes away from daylight. Just a heads up for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Back with views from Anne McClain, her helmet camera, number 20 in the lower right-hand corner. Now that we're back in physical location to antennas on the International Space Station and not blocked by station structure, Nick Hague's helmet camera, once that comes into play, will be number 17 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We're also about to enter a short handover between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system as the International Space Station flies over the Pacific, soon to enter an orbital sunrise, approaching the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk that's expected to last 6.5 hours.
Confirmation of your green hook, if you're still working on it, that's fine, but we might have missed a call from you.
No, I'm working. Just put it down.
Okay, and for
handrail 3652.
Copy, green hook is down on 3652. We're a few seconds from handover. Nick, will translate to the MT coupler between the MT and the port seated cart, and then we'll catch you on the other side.
Copy.
And I've got the APFR just working on getting on my VRT.
Copy, Ann.
This is Mission Control Houston. A couple of additional questions while we have a moment at hashtag AskNASA from viewers who are tuned in to today's spacewalk activities. The next question, how much do the batteries that they are replacing weigh? The old nickel-hydrogen batteries on Earth, at least, of course, they're weightless in space, but in mass, they weigh 364 pounds. The new lithium-ion batteries are slightly heavier, weighing 428 pounds. They both have the same dimensions of 40.4 inches by 36.8 inches by 18.9 inches.
Copied. It's a good config. Well done there.
Next question, do they have sunrise and sunsets like we have on Earth, or do they pass over sunsets and sunrises throughout the day? The answer is they pass in and out of daylight and darkness every 45 minutes with 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets throughout the day as they orbit the Earth, 16 orbits of the Earth each day. So yes, and that is the whole point of the battery replacements, is that during daylight passes, the energy and the electricity that is stored in these batteries is transferred to the solar arrays that provide power for the station's systems. But when the batteries store up electricity, the batteries providing the electrical power for the station while the station is in a nighttime pass. And that's the whole point of these new batteries that are being replaced on the station, more powerful, more durable lithium-ion batteries that will last for the rest of the lifetime of the International Space Station.
And Anne, whenever you're ready to cross the Sarge, make sure that you have your gauntlets in place for us, please.
Okay, copy. I am just ready to translate off the port feeder cart. It's got the ATFR code.
Copy. And for your info, we still don't have WVS, but we're going to get it soon. But for now, we don't see your helmet cameras.
Copy.
2 copies. Just watch your clearance in with the ATFR. There you go. You're looking good.
Copy. Thank you.
And Nick, would like you to power cycle your WVS for us, please.
Copy. And work.
Thank you.
WVS off. WVS on.
1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, Anne McClain making her way down the truss of the station to the work site of the P4 or Port 4 truss, where she and Nick Hague will be working to move adapter plates and to relocate 2 old nickel hydrogen batteries on top of those adapter plates for storage on the International Space Station. This coming in the wake of a week's worth of robotics by robotic flight controllers both here in Houston and at the Canadian Space Agency in Saint-Hubert, Quebec, who worked throughout the week to relocate 4 old nickel hydrogen batteries for ultimate disposal, and 3 of the new lithium-ion batteries that were robotically relocated into slots on the integrated electronics assembly, the big electronics relay system that is at the base of one of the solar arrays on the port truss of the station.
Translate to see the cart clear of the empty coupler, a few inches, and then rotate the knob to capture.
Okay. And that is complete. Seat first.
Excellent. You can now translate the seat cart outboard and align the inboard edge of the seat cart with the edge of the EP. We have a mile marker for you, but we'll rely on your judgment.
Copy that.
So to the outside of the IEA, just go to crew lock back.
Copy, Ann. You're at the aft, sorry, the nadir side of the IEA. You can install this APFR in Wiften if you haven't done so already. I have settings for you.
And I believe it's 5128 for the crew lock bag, is that correct?
The crew lock bag, correct, is 5128, that's the short one, but really if you like the other one next to it, nearby, it's good as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Toma. I put it at mile marker 9990. Brakes on the CD card are locked.
We copy mile marker 9990, and the brakes are engaged on the CD card. This is a good config. You can now go up the CD card and configure this APFR with Ingress in with 2 to create your bridge to the EP, and I have recommended settings for you if you want.
Ready for the setting.
So the settings should be 6 for the clocking, Golf for the pitch, Foxtrot for the roll, and 6 for the yaw.
Copy. Working. Golf. It's set. It's extended.
We copied 6 and Golf, Nick.
Need to change the pitch a little bit.
Toma, the crew lock bag is tapped down to handrail 5128.
Copy, Anne. And you can now install the APFR and have settings for you.
Copy, work my way over there.
Tomorrow the bridge is built.
Copy, the bridge is built and it looks good. That's a nice bridge you've built there, Nick. I have a warning to read you. On the EP, you shouldn't touch the wheels at all. They're a pinch point zone, so don't touch the wheels.
Okay.
And Nick, I have another caution for you on the EP while you're working there. You have to wait until the EP motion dampens out before importing additional loads. You should minimize your translation rate and do not impart EVA loads into the batteries on the EP. Hard copy.
And I copy all tomorrow, thanks. I am on the EP now, tomorrow.
Copy, you're on the EP. You want to stow your crew lock bag number 2 on the handrail 3508. And a reminder that it's in between positions Alpha and Charlie, between APs Alpha and Charlie.
This is a good view of the EP, as it is called, the external pallet. You can see the letters HTV7 just behind Nick Hague's legs there. This was the pallet carried up on the H-2 transfer vehicle that launched last September 22nd from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan, arriving at the International Space Station back on September 27th to deliver the latest in the series of lithium-ion batteries and adapter plates that are being used and installed to replace old nickel hydrogen batteries in the power upgrade to the 4A and 2A channels, 2 of the 8 power channels on the International Space Station. 9 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries of the 12 that are being replaced on this spacewalk and the one a week from today will be and are being installed in this external pallet, which ultimately will be disposed of on the next HTV vehicle that flies to the International Space Station.
Come on, I will take those settings for the APFR.
Copy, Anne, and those settings are going to be 1, Romeo, Foxtrot, 12. So clocking of 1, Romeo for pitch, Foxtrot for the roll, and 12 for the yaw in with 10.
Copy. One Romeo, Fox 12.
That's a good readback.
The view from Anne McClain's helmet camera as the International Space Station approaches the coast of Chile.
Tomorrow, I've got the ratchet wrench out now.
Copy, Nick. You have the ratchet wrench. Your next step is going to be to break torque on AP Alpha H1. So AP Alpha is on the starboard face of the EP. It's the zenith-most AP.
Copy.
Tomorrow, I have a good full twist test with a clocking of 1 in with 10 and 1 Romeo Fox 12 is set.
Copy, Anne. We copy. Good pull twist test and good settings. Do you have a locking color black on that APFR in WIF 10 as well?
Yes, locking color black on black.
Anne McClain installing an articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR, at the work site at the P4 or Port 4 truss of the station. Nick Hague beginning work with a pistol grip tool, a high-tech screwdriver, if you will, that he is using to break torque on what you heard referred to as APA, that's adapter plate A, the first of 3 such adapter plates that will be moved from the HTV external pallet that carried those adapter plates and new lithium-ion batteries to the International Space Station back in September. The first of these adapter plates will be moved to an empty slot in the integrated electronics assembly on the Port 4 truss of the station for the 4A power channel. Upon that adapter plate will be mounted one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries that will be housed at that location on a permanent basis. It cannot be discarded. Only 9 of the 12 old nickel hydrogen batteries can be discarded on that external pallet on the next H2 transfer vehicle cargo ship that arrives at the station.
And Nick, whenever you're in position for that H1 bolt, okay, you're reading my mind. If you're in position for H1, you can install the ratchet wrench with a hex driver. Confirm that you have 1 line flush, and once that is done, you can break torque.
Flush.
Copy, and you can break torque, and we expect max 1 turn.
Okay, copy that. Better position. I've got 1 line flush tomorrow.
Copy, your go to break torque.
Torque is broken. H1 for adapter plate alpha.
Copy, Nick, well done. Torque is broken, quarter turn on H1 for AP alpha. You can get into position for AP Bravo H1. Bravo is just nadir of that alpha adapter plate, and those 2 H1 bolts should be close by. The Bravo H1 and Alpha H1 should be close by.
Okay, copy that. So I'm at the Bravo plate H1, 1 line flush.
We copy Bravo H1, 1 line flush. Your go to break torque, and again, a max 1 turn.
These adapter plates weigh 75 pounds apiece on Earth. Of course, a mass of 75 pounds in weightlessness. And these adapter plates serve 3 main purposes: to complete the circuitry for the battery charge discharge unit that essentially stores electricity during daylight passes of the Earth and disperses power to the various systems on the International Space Station while the station flies during its dark passes of the Earth. It also protects the cold plate, or serves as a thermal barrier for the integrated electronics assembly upon which the batteries are housed, and serves as a stowage location for 3 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries. The 12 nickel hydrogen batteries that are being replaced on this spacewalk and the next, and the associated robotics for those operations. The external pallet only has 9 slots for disposal, so 3 of these nickel hydrogen batteries must be stowed on the International Space Station. 2 of the old batteries will be relocated on these adapter plates during this spacewalk, and a 3rd nickel hydrogen battery will be relocated onto an adapter plate on the next spacewalk to be conducted a week from today.
Yeah, I have the scoops, so I'm going to move toward spot 4.
Copy, you retrieved the scoops, and we have a good WVS for you, Nick. Not yet, but we see you in the station external camera, so we have good visual on both of you.
Copy.
Copy. I'm at the Bravo adapter plate H2, 1 line flush.
Copy Bravo H2, one line flush, good config, go to brake torque.
Is broken on Bravo adapter plate H2 half turn.
Copy. Torque is broken on Bravo H2 one turn. You can now move to the forward-facing side of the EP to that AP Charlie, that H1 location, which should be nadir location on that AP Charlie.
Confirm.
We're in a short handover between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. 1 hour, 21 minutes into the spacewalk. Anne McClain and Nick Hague doing well, staying a few minutes ahead of the timeline as they prepare to move adapter plates from an external pallet that carried these adapter plates as well as new lithium-ion batteries to the International Space Station on a Japanese HTV cargo ship last September. Here in Mission Control, from left to right, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency. On the far left of your screen, who is acting as the spacewalk communicator to McClain and Nick Hague while they're outside. To his left is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, veteran astronaut, who is following the activities of David St. Jacques and Christina Cook inside the station, as well as serving as the spacecraft communicator for the setup of today's spacewalk and the conclusion of it later today. Mary Lawrence is the lead flight director, second from your right, overseeing all of the spacewalk activities, both today as she will a week from today. And on the far right is flight director Rick Henfling, who will be the lead flight director on Monday, April 8th for the third spacewalk in this particular series of excursions, that one to be conducted by Nick Hague and David St. Jacques, to install truss jumpers and extension cables for system redundancy outside of the station.
I'm in position, Charlie, adapter plate H1, one line flush.
Copy, Charlie H1, one line flush, go for brake torque.
Torque is broken, H1, adapter plate Charlie, half a turn.
Copy, torque is broken on H1, Charlie, half a turn, you can move on to H2.
I'm in position to my H2 adapter plate Charlie, one line flush.
Copy, you are go to brake torque on Charlie H2.
Charlie H2, work is broken, half a turn.
And somehow the scoop is installed at the 7:30, so it's locked on H1.
Copy, Anne, the scoop is at 7:30 on H1. You can install the H2 scoop at 6. And Nick, we copy, your torque is broken on Charlie H2. You can stow that ratchet wrench back in crew log bag 2. And I'll have words for you to retorque AP Charlie with the EP PGT that's on the crew log bag.
Look at that, in work.
And Anne, remember from the team here, you cannot use that H1 scoop for stabilization right now.
And say again last summer?
Yeah, and we don't want you to use that scoop that you just put on H1 for translation and stabilization.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. A good view of Anne McClain as she works at the Integrated Electronics Assembly, the electronic grid, if you will, for the P4 truss, the 4A power channel for the International Space Station. Again, setting up equipment for the upcoming relocation of a trio of adapter plates and the repositioning of two old nickel hydrogen batteries on those adapter plates as part of the reconfiguration and upgrade to the power system for today, the 4A channel, and a week from today, the 2A power channel on the port truss of the station.
How's it going, Nick?
It's going good. I'm just getting the PGT out right now. I'm doing a cal.
Copy.
Gotta drive this one bolt first on C before we get adapter plate A out.
Okay.
How about you?
Just getting a second scoop on.
And just to be specific, that scoop on the H2 you can use for translation because H2 is actually installed, but that scoop on H1, the bolt underneath is released, so that's why you cannot use that one for translation.
Pretty understanding.
And that's really my bad. I should have told you to install H2 first, and you would have been in a good configuration.
All good. We're getting it there.
Okay, tomorrow I've got the PGT out. It's Pascal, good LED test, ready for setting.
Copy, Nick. Sounds good. Your settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, set.
That's a good readback.
And tomorrow the scoop on H2 is installed at the 6 o'clock position.
Copy, the scoop is installed at the 6 o'clock position. You can release the AT, tend it back to the crew lock bag, and close the bag.
Copy. And it is released, and I'll get everything back inside the bag.
Copy.
Tomorrow I've got the hex bowl or the hex driver down into H2 on adapter plate Charlie, one line flush.
Copy, Nick. And you can check your gloves and your hat, and you'll report after the Next call to Nick. And Nick, you're free to retorque AP Charlie with the EP PGT. You should install the hex driver onto H2, confirm one line flush, and then you go.
I have one line flush.
Copy, one line flush. You'll go to torque that AP Charlie H2.
Copy. Work.
And 10 seconds from a handover, you guys.
Copy.
And Anne, you can start translating back to the EP.
Tomorrow.
Nick, we're back from the handover. Go ahead.
Okay. I have 9.1 on the torque, half a turn, good green light.
Copy. Those are good words. 9.1. Did you say half a turn and good green light?
0.51 turn, good green light.
Copy. Those are good words. And if you can give us a glove inspection and HAP check, and Anne, if you've done that, we're ready to take yours as well.
Okay, stand by. I will do that. And I believe somehow at this time I'm heading back to the EP.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know if you got that call while we were transitioning to another TDRS, but you're go to head back to the EP and join Nick.
Okay, no, I didn't. And doing a glove check. A good glove check, and my hat is dry.
Copy EV1, good gloves and hat is dry. How about you, Nick?
My hat is dry.
Copy dry HAP.
Those are good, no change.
And gloves are good. And your next step is to translate up to the EP and meet up with Nick. You can fill lead on the EP as required. I'll remind you that while both of you are working and translating on the EP and POA, you should not impart simultaneous loads. And Nick, at that point, you just have to stand by and wait for Anne to come.
Okay, so Nick, I'm at the APSR bridge. So when you're at a good stopping point, I come join you.
Okay, and tomorrow I'm going to drive H1 and then H2 on adapter plate alpha. Those are the next two steps.
And Nick, before you maneuver too much, would like Anne to check your safety tether.
Okay. I have a local van. I see my safety tether that's going straight back toward the MT. And I see Nick's. It's wrapped around the base of the arm and underneath the MT.
Copy, Anne. It sounds good. We'd like you to take a look at Nick's safety tether on Nick, actually, once you get up there.
Yeah, between my legs.
Ah, copy. Okay. And just waiting on your go to get onto the EP next.
Okay. Let me put down a BRT, and I'll work from this spot. I won't have to move anymore. BRT down, Ann.
Okay.
You're good to move.
Copy. Start translating your way.
We copy, Nick. You have your BRT. You're in position for AP Alpha release, and we see you making your way up the bridge.
Copy.
And Anne, in case you didn't hear it before, you're not supposed to touch those wheels.
Copy. See him? Okay, coming out above you.
See you.
And Nick, so you've seen your safety tether wrapped in between your legs. Anne would like you to take a look, and if there's a snag there, to release it.
Copy.
Just need to point my legs back to the airlock. Let me know.
Okay. It's just wrapped around your left side. It goes between your legs, so if you point your legs back toward the airlock, you should be fine. Yep.
Do that when I reposition my BRT.
And I can stay still if you want to do that now.
Okay. Hold the PG.
Okay. I'm a little bit under safer. Turn to your left.
My left?
No, so face your left.
Okay.
I think that's actually keep turning to your left.
Okay. Turn.
Okay, it's free.
Okay, thank you.
It is still between your legs, though.
Okay. Pushing my feet out.
Okay, well done, both of you. So with that,
Your right leg over to the side.
Yeah.
so Nick, you can position yourself for AP Alpha release with your BRT like you did before. Your settings will be, whenever you're ready, I'll give you those settings.
I'll put down the BRT first.
Your keys over the red.
Yeah.
And Nick, your settings on the PGT will be Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
So 7 counter 2. I've got Alpha 2, Alpha 7 counter 2 set.
Copy Alpha 7 counter 2, those are good settings. You
One on adapter plate Alpha.
Yes, that's correct. So with one line flush on H1 Alpha, you are free to release, and we expect 8 turns.
You copy. Turn. Position's not working for me. Bye.
And Anne and Nick, if in case Anne can reach better than Nick, that's also an option to hand over the PGT to Anne.
I could get a hand out there if you move towards your seat if that your new position doesn't work.
Okay, let's try this. I'm driving, and it is backing out. Okay, and it's flipping. It's disengaged.
Copy H1 on Alpha is disengaged.
On the
And we copy 7.5 turn. You're free to install your hex driver, reposition yourself, install your hex driver on Bravo H1. Install your hex driver on Bravo H1.
Copy. Okay. You get a ret down on this guy first. I've got my BRT ret, actually. And do you want to put it on the handrail at that point? BRT ret.
I'll make it over there.
And Nick, did you release Bravo H1? Is that correct?
Negative.
Okay, so we'd like you to go ahead and release yeah, Alpha H1 first and Bravo H1 second. Bravo H1 second.
Okay. Yeah, one-line flush, Bravo H1.
Copy one line flush Bravo H1, your go to release H1.
And it's released. Bravo H1, released. 6 turns.
Copy Bravo H1, release. Can you say again how many turns?
There were 6 turns.
Copy 6 turns on Bravo H1. Now you can attach your BRT ret to AP Alpha and lock out that ret, leave some slack, and install the hex driver onto AP Alpha H2.
Copy. Put our BRT ret onto P Alpha and release H2.
That is correct.
side of your RET onto the handrail tether point.
I've got same settings, Alpha 7, counterclockwise, 2 X drivers installed on H2 one-line flush.
Copy, same settings, Alpha H2 one-line flush. You are go to release, we expect in the order of 19 turns.
Copy, starting. I can do this. Looks like that end is popping up a little.
Yep. Okay, hang on.
Go ahead and lock out.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 46 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 214th in support of space station assembly and maintenance. Good view of Anne McClain wearing the suit bearing the red stripes at the top, Nick Hague at the bottom, as they use a pistol grip tool to unbolt the first of 3 adapter plates. These adapter plates, 75 pounds apiece, serving as platforms upon which the old nickel hydrogen batteries that are being replaced on the station's P4 truss for its 4A power channel will be mounted permanently. The adapter plate serves 3 purposes: to complete a circuitry for the battery charge discharge unit that stores and then disperses electricity during daylight and dark passes of the Earth for the International Space Station. It also protects the thermal characteristics of the integrated electronics assembly, that basically the power grid for the power channel that the new batteries are being installed for, and as we mentioned, serving as a stowage location for the old nickel hydrogen batteries. 12 of these nickel hydrogen batteries are being replaced by a half-dozen new lithium-ion batteries and associated adapter plates. The external pallet that you're looking at, this is a pallet of equipment that was carried up in a side slot in the H2 transfer vehicle, the Japanese cargo ship that launched from southern Japan back in September to the International Space Station. You see the letters HTV-7 at the top of that pallet. This pallet has been stowed temporarily on a payload attachment device on the truss of the International Space Station, currently in the grip of the station's robotic arm to provide access for the 2 spacewalkers today. This pallet can only accommodate 9 of the old batteries for disposal, 3 of the old nickel hydrogen batteries to be stowed on adapter plates on the truss of the station for permanent stowage.
Okay, what is it doing now? Unhook that BRT right from right there.
The International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast, just off the eastern coast of Africa, just south of the Saudi Peninsula and the Arabian Sea, on a trajectory that will take the spacecraft and its 6 occupants across Pakistan a short time from now.
Copy, Nick. You have your AP Alpha on your BRT. It's good config.
Behind me, right?
Yeah, it's one right behind you. That's affirmative, Toma. I've got AP Alpha on my BRT. Anne's going to get into position, then I'll swing it into a good stow position.
Okay, Nick, that sounds good. And with that, your guys' next step is to position for adapter plate Bravo release, and that's going to be for you, Anne.
Okay.
So whenever you're in a good position, you can attach your BRT ret to AP Bravo, lock out this ret, and leave some slack.
Okay, Nick, do you need a hand positioning that?
I'm just trying to joints move away. I need some stuff up.
and you'll need the BRT for that. So Nick, make sure you're in a position to hand that. The PGT to hand the PGT to Anne for that task.
Copy, and I am BRT ready to receive the PGT. I do have my BRT ret to the AP. Go ahead and lock that out. And that's locked out.
Copy. You have that ret locked out on the AP Bravo, and the settings for your PGT are going to be Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
And I see Alpha 7, counter 2 is set.
You got to wiggle it a little bit more to look. There you go. That's one line.
Approaching the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk by McClain and Hague. A couple of additional questions coming into us on hashtag AskNASA. This one asks, is that a toolbox tethered to the astronauts? It's basically it's called a mini workstation. It is a toolbox of sorts in which the astronauts have a variety of small tools that they can use for a variety of different tasks. They have easy access to that. They also have other tools and bags that are carried around and positioned at the various work sites that they conduct their business at. But the mini workstation that is actually attached to their chest, that is one of the prime locations for some of the tools that are used during any spacewalk. The next question asks, why do the astronauts have mirrors on their gloves? The mirrors on the gloves are designed to provide the astronauts a capability to see beyond the limited peripheral vision that they have when they have their helmets on. And the mirrors can allow them to see behind them and provide a greater visual acuity to either side as they work and focus on the tasks right in front of them.
Remind you to turn that PGT off OFF.
Copy.
And Anne, you're go to store that AP Bravo on your BRT.
On Anne's BRT.
Copy, and work.
Somebody remind me to turn that PGT off again after we get this on Anne's BRT.
Will do.
Get the tether out of there.
I'm all wrapped up. There we go. I'm back.
Okay, I got my BRT on it. Bells are out. BRT is unlocked. And I am here.
Tether just keeps on right through the work spot. Okay, you're free.
Okay, I kind of come over by you a little bit.
Okay. I'll stabilize it while you get in position. You bring it around, I'm going to hold my tether up.
Copy.
Okay, and we copy you have the AP Bravo on your BRT. If you guys can make sure it's in a nice stable position, because it tends to flop around quite a bit, usually those APs.
The two spacewalkers for today with one of these adapter plates, the 75-pound adapter plate, upon which one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries will be relocated a short time from now. Nick Hague at the top, and with her visor up for better visibility, Anne McClain at the bottom, both in their first spacewalk approaching the 2-hour mark.
All right. And I've got that stowed.
Okay, we copy Anne, and Nick, if you haven't done so, you can switch that PGT to off, OFF, and after that you guys are free to translate to P4, and EV-1 should lead that translation.
Copy.
Copy.
And Nick, just for us to be sure, could you confirm that PGT is off?
PGT is off, OFF, and I'm going to hold position until Anne's across the bridge.
Good words. Thanks for checking.
Yep.
Another view of Anne McClain with one of the adapter plates as she moves to the installation point at the base of the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
I'm on phase one.
Copy, Anne, you're on phase one and heading to P4. And Anne, as you're getting close to the Sarge, would like you to check that your gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Gauntlets are in place.
The view from Anne McClain's helmet camera at the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk, just a minute shy of that. Here in Mission Control, Spacewalk Officer Jackie Hague has told Flight Director Mary Lawrence that the crew is running about 40 minutes ahead of the timeline, doing very well, as the two spacewalkers, McClain and Nick Hague, begin to translate back to the integrated electronics assembly at the base of the P4 truss of the station to begin the installation of these adapter plates. Again, the adapter plates carried up to orbit with new lithium-ion batteries on the last Japanese cargo ship, the HTV-7, that was launched to the station back in September. The 75-pound plates serving as a stowage location for the 3 of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries, 2 of which will be stowed on these adapter plates today, a 3rd to be stowed on an adapter plate during the 2nd spacewalk a week from today in this battery swap-out pair of extravehicular activities or spacewalks. The adapter plate also serving to complete the circuitry between the battery charge discharge unit and the batteries that are being installed on the electronics assembly, the electronics grid at the base of the solar arrays of the International Space Station.
I'll copy.
And 2.
Sorry, Nick, we didn't copy your last.
2 copies all.
Copy all. And Anne, you can give us a glove and hat check if you're in position.
Okay, I'm in good position. Checking. No changes on my glove, and I have a dry hat.
Copy, good gloves and dry hat. You're go to ingress this APFR on with 10 P4.
Copy.
And EV1 and 2, we're now in the night. If you guys want, I can give you a heads up for night and day every time for your visor, or I'll leave you up to you.
And I'll take a heads up.
Same here.
And Nick, once you get to your work site, we'll like you to check your gloves and your hat. We're 10 seconds from a LOS, so you'll report back on the other side.
Okay.
Copy.
Anne and Nick, we're back with you.
Hey, Simon. Just getting to the work site.
Copy, Nick. No rush.
No rush.
And Nick, when you get a chance, if you don't mind double checking my feet, I believe they're in.
Okay. Position to see him.
We copy Anne, you're in the APFR, and once Nick has checked on your feet, if you can confirm that the ingress aid is stowed and the tethers are clear.
Tethers are clear, and the ingress aid is
Feels look good, man.
All right, thanks, Nick.
Yep.
As Anne McClain, in this view from her helmet camera, prepares to start the work to install the first of the adapter plates in the integrated electronics assembly slots at the base of the P4 truss, we have more questions that are pouring into us here. Hashtag Ask NASA. The first, how long did it take to get up to the space station from launch to arrival on orbit, either on a U.S. launch vehicle or on the Russian Soyuz vehicle? It takes 8 minutes, 45 seconds to reach a preliminary orbit, and then it may take either 6 hours or 2 days to actually reach the space station from that point, depending on orbital mechanics and the day that the launch takes place. The next question from a school teacher. My first graders are wondering what is on the astronaut's arm above the mirror. That has to do with a book, basically, of procedures, a small condensed version of procedures, basically the crew's timeline, so that they have easy access to keep tabs of where they are in all of the work they're conducting on orbit from minute to minute in concert with instructions that are being relayed to them from Mission Control in Houston. So it's basically a playbook, if you will, for the spacewalk. And finally, for this series, what is the job of the other crew members inside the station during the EVA, or extravehicular activity? The other USOS, or U.S. Orbital Segment crew members, David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency and NASA flight engineer Christina Cook, they are monitoring the spacewalk, capturing photography and keeping tabs on the astronauts' safety outside in case for some unexpected reason they would have to return to the station at a moment's notice. Everything, of course, going extremely well here as we've passed the 2-hour mark into today's excursion. The Russian cosmonauts on board the station commander Oleg Kononenko and his cosmonaut crewmate Alexei Ovchinin, who arrived on the station last week, are actually preparing for the arrival of a Russian cargo ship called the Progress, in this case the 72 Progress cargo ship, in 2 weeks. That is scheduled to launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome on a fast-track 2-orbit rendezvous to reach the station to deliver 3.5 tons of food, fuel, and supplies.
I'm ready to the AP.
Copy, Anne, you're ready to the AP. You can verify that the AP blind main connectors are oriented ISS outboard. And once that is done, you can soft dock this AP alpha to slot 6 and lock out your RETs, leaving slack.
Okay.
And that H1 bulge should be by the IAA sidewall.
The H1 is by the sidewall.
Yes.
And the connectors are ISS outboard, and we'll work together on getting this soft back here.
Rotate around. I can push on H1. Okay.
That looks pretty flat there. What do you think?
It's good. You want to lock out your red?
Yep. My red's locked out.
Okay, let me go get the PGT.
Take the PGT.
Okay, next step, you guys are on top of it, is to transfer that PGT, Nick, to Anne with the hex driver. And Anne, whenever you're ready, I have settings for you on that PGT.
See. Okay, I have a PGT.
Got it.
Copy, and you have the PGT, and your settings will be alpha 7, clockwise 2. And once that is confirmed, you can install that hex driver onto H2.
The alpha 7, clockwise 2. Have a good cow. Lady test. Okay, I have alpha 7, clockwise 2 steps.
Good words, and you can install that PGT's hex driver to H2 on that adapter plate.
Copy.
And Nick, if you haven't done so, you can red 2 and remove that connector cap from the adjacent lithium-ion battery in slot 5.
Okay. Copy.
And as you guys know very well, this is the place where we might have some interference between the PGT and the IEA wall. So I'll leave it up to you two to put yourselves in a good config, and Nick, you can help out Anne as much as you want.
I'm in position to help stabilize. You got one line flush, Anne.
Yep, so somehow we have a one line flush on H2. We have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set, ready to drive.
That's awesome. One line flush on H2, good settings. You can drive that bolt. We expect 16 to 17 turns, 16 to 17.
Okay. And we torqued out. Let's stabilize it a little bit.
Your red is loose, so that's not it.
Maybe you just again. No?
Working.
Yep, concur. All right, Tomo, we have green lights, 9.8 on the torque with 17 turns.
Copy. And can you say again the torque that you got?
We got a 9.7.
Copy, Anne, good words. And with that, you can install your PGT, same settings, to H1 on that adapter plate alpha.
Okay, I have it, the PGT and H1. I'm showing 2 lines, 1 line is flush.
Copy, PGT on H1, 2 lines, 1 flush. You are go to drive 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
4.5 to 5.5. Okay, I got 5.7 turns, 9.6 torque, green light.
Copy, 5.7 turns, 9.6 torque, green light. Those are good words. You can now transfer your PGT to EV2.
Okay, get back to the bag here.
And Nick, you will stow that PGT at crew lock bag 1, and you can release your ret from the AP and unlock. And you can start working on those 3 TA clamps to release them.
At the 2-hour, 15-minute mark into today's spacewalk, Anne McClain confirming that the first of 3 adapter plates has now been bolted into place on the integrated electronics assembly grid at the P4 truss of the International Space Station, upon which one of 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries will be stowed, no longer to be used, being replaced by brand new lithium-ion batteries for greater power and greater shelf life in providing power for station systems in the future.
On the other side.
Okay, I can move back.
Just a little bit more. Okay, coming here.
All right, I got it.
backing out.
Actually, it might be connector.
Want me to do it?
If you're, as long as you're there.
Okay.
Continue to reach. If not, I can kick a leg out and get it.
Okay, Tamam, over the P4 connector on the adapter plate.
Okay, Nick, and yeah, you're right. You're free to install that that connector cap on the AP dummy connector J4 yourself. You might be in a better position than Anne.
I'm going to demate the P4 connector. And that connector's kind of down at my shin level. You can stabilize it.
Then a better. A little side load in the cord. Okay, how much room do I have here?
I can back out if you need more room.
I need to either come up from below or egress. Either way is easy.
Okay, hang on. I could always roll away to the next, to the battery.
That'll make enough room.
So we're connecting it right here. I can grab this cap.
I already got the cap.
Oh, you got the cap. Okay.
Yeah.
And Nick,
back a little bit.
Nick, a reminder on that.
Release the.
Go ahead.
Give you an update. We trying to release that electrical connector P4 from J4, and it's just giving us a little tough pull coming back. We're trying to get into a good body position, put some relief on the cable, and pull it back.
All copy, Nick, and that is excellent. And I copied you, took care of the connectors, connected back to the J4 dummy connector, and just a reminder on that AP connector cable. This is the place where we have to tend it away from the robotics corridor between those warriors.
Yeah. And to my update on status, I have the cap from the lithium-ion battery on me on a RET. The J4 P4 connector is still connected. We're working on trying to demate the P4 from J4 on the adapter plate.
I'm gonna roll over, see if I can give you a better spot, because I can only get one hand on it from here.
It looks like it's loaded away from the plate toward me, the kink in the cable, so I think there's a little side load going into the connector. So I'm going to
hold you in.
Yeah, once I get flat, if you can, I need to be able to put two hands on it.
Yep.
And Nick and Anne, we hear you're struggling a bit with that connector. It's actually a hard connector, so you have to pull quite hard. I would like good confirmation from you that you've released those TA clamps. And Nick, I copied your words on the connector on you, on the RET, on yourself for now.
Copy.
So I've got two of them released. The other one's right there by your hand.
Right.
Yeah, TA clamps are released.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay. P4 is demated from J4. And I'll hand it to you. You want to send it?
Yeah, let me get my... There we go. I have the connector?
Yeah, I'm going to put the cap on.
We copy P4 is demated from J4, good job. And next step will be to check that there's no fault, good pins, good EMI band, and lever over center. Route this AP cable clear of that corridor that we were just talking about, not more than one twist, and after that you'll go to connect that P4 to J4.
Okay. Hey, Tama, the cap is on the dummy connector.
Okay, Nick, I thought you said that you retrieved that cap earlier.
No, the cap has been...
2 hours, 21 minutes into the spacewalk, Nick Hague confirming the connection of the electrical cabling between the newly installed adapter plate A, the first of 3 such adapter plates that are being installed in the electronics grid and the electronic assembly at the base of the P4 truss of the International Space Station for the 4A power channel for the complex. That cable now has been hooked up to one of the new lithium-ion batteries that was robotically moved from the external pallet, the cargo pallet that brought it up to the station on the Japanese HTV-7 cargo ship last fall. It has been parked out on the truss of the International Space Station since then. The robotics team moved 3 of these new lithium-ion batteries to the electronics grid and the new integrated electronics assembly slots earlier in the week. And now the first of those 3 new lithium-ion batteries has been hooked up electronically to the adapter plate that is adjacent to it.
Right over it. Here we are, in my band, no fog, and mated. It's over center, ready to mate. And if you can take the cord and load it just toward me a little bit, yep. There you go. That's a lot of twist. Just put a little bit more muscle into it and it should go over center. There it is. Yep. Right over center. How's it sticking? Oh, yeah. That's well.
Yeah.
Okay. Samaji copy. Electrical connector is connected to the lithium-ion battery.
We copy. The cable is connected. Can you guys give us an assessment on the routing of the cable? And after that, we'll take a glove and a hap check, and it's soon going to be daylight for you guys.
Okay.
The cable comes out of AP, and it comes right next to the lithium-ion battery, turns right, and it loops over the lithium-ion battery down into J4, so it's all clear.
The closest point is the connector itself to the PFCS, so it's well clear.
And those are all good words. If it seems like it's going to stay in that position and not move around, then we think we have a good config.
I think it looks pretty stable. If it bumps, it tends to just move away from the PFCS.
Okay, that's a good config. Well done, you guys. We'll take a glove and hap check, and you're coming up on the sunrise pretty soon.
Copy.
Copy. EV-2, no change on the gloves, good dry hap.
EV-1, no change on the gloves.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew running about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline, approaching the 2.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk. The first of the 3 new lithium-ion batteries now electrically mated to an adapter plate that sits in an adjacent slot on the integrated electronics assembly at the P4 or Port 4 truss of the station. The first of 3 such batteries that will be hooked up. Here in Mission Control, the Electronic Systems Officer now will conduct a health check on that newly installed lithium-ion battery.
Good enough. And if you have a serial number for that nickel hydrogen battery for us.
Okay.
And also make sure the ingress aid is stowed on that APFR.
Copy. Yeah, I see a serial number of 0072.
We copy 0072. You can now, if your Ingersoll is stowed, you can attach a ret to that battery and lock out this ret leaving slack.
And I have a ret attached and it is locked out.
Copy, and you can now retrieve your own PGT, use the 6-inch wobble from your swing arm, and I'll have settings for you.
Okay, I have my PGT and I'm ready.
Your settings will be alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 on that PGT, and we'll go first for this H2 scoop on that battery.
Okay. I have alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Those are good settings.
H2.
That's correct, H2, and you'll need to check that the socket tape line is flush to that H2 scoop.
The socket tape line is flush to the scoop.
Okay, so your go to release battery 4H2. We expect 19 turns, 19.
Okay, and Nick, I'm going to wait till we get in a good position to take it here. Let me know.
Yeah, I just had to put a fair lead in to keep our safety tether out of the install.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm in a good position.
Okay. I'm going to drive. Ready? I see it coming up. Locking indicator is moving. I believe we are released. Not giving me a turn. I believe we're released tomorrow that PGT's not giving me turns. I counted over 18.
I copy 18 turns. That works. And did you check the status indicator? Did it travel to unlock?
Yes, the status indicator was moving. It is showed as unlocked, and the battery is free.
Okay, I copy battery free. That's a good release. One piece of good news for you guys, we tested that first connection that you've made, and it is successful on that adapter plate alpha and battery 5. So that's good news. And we can now move on, and you can stow your PGT. You can stow your PGT back on your swing arm, and next step will be to remove battery from that slot.
See and work.
It's a little bit higher. That back corner is still down in there. There you go. Okay. We got a scoop.
Okay. I need a ret swap. Unless you don't think you need to.
We help you out a ton if we did. Didn't work.
Okay, here I can steady it.
yours is coming back.
Okay.
And sunrise.
And we see you guys have performed a red swap, and after that, Nick, we need you to be in a good stable body position to hold that battery, while Anne is going to roll this APFR back to Foxtrot.
Okay, and you can let go. I've got it.
Okay, you have the battery.
I've got the battery.
2 hours, 31 minutes into the spacewalk, the electrical systems officer reports a good electrical connection between one of the new lithium-ion batteries and the adapter plate adjacent to it in the integrated electronics assembly. As we move into an orbital sunrise, Anne McClain at the bottom of your screen with the red stripes on her suit, Nick Hague at the top of your screen as the crew continues to play this shell game, moving adapter plates and batteries, both old and new, from one slot to another in the power upgrade for the 4A power channel on the port truss of the station. A week from today, McClain to be joined outside by NASA's Christina Cook to do similar work on the opposite side of the face of the truss for the 2A power channel.
Okay, I'm back over Spot 6.
And Nick would like you to watch for possible contact between the battery and the AP, and those things are huge.
Yep. Copy. So, Anne, when you get a second, if you can tend your AP back on away a little bit.
Copy.
I don't think it'll be an issue anymore.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold your position for a second. Let me get the battery out of the way.
Copy.
And then you'll be able to lean back. Okay. You have to lean back now, and then I'll lay it down in front of you.
Copy. And I'm looking at the AP area. I see no FOD, no interference. I'm ready for the battery.
Amen. Coming in right over your head.
Copy.
Far back as you can go.
I see it.
Nice and slow. I'm connecting with your helmet.
I see it.
Okay, got it?
I have the battery.
Okay. I'm going to do a red swap. I can hold it steady.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, you have the battery. Have a red on it.
And we copy.
Okay, ready for it.
And we copy. You have your red on that battery. And the next step for you, Nick, is going to be checking that AP alpha is clear of tethers, FOD extensions, and AP cable. You might have to translate a bit towards that AP alpha to check.
Okay. And do you have the battery?
I have the battery, yes.
Okay. I'm going to get into a better position.
Okay, I'll hold it here. I'm looking at AP alpha. It is clear of tethers and FOD.
We copy AP alpha is clear of tethers and FOD, and also you'll have to make sure this AP cable is out of the way. You can take a moment for Nick to be in a better position to assist, and once you guys think you're in a good configuration, with Nick's go, and you can soft dock that battery onto AP alpha.
Copy. And Nick, I'll wait for you to get around to the H1 side.
Yep, and work. It's me bumping it, my bad.
Okay, no worries, I still have it.
You can pull it a little bit more outboard to give me some clearance to translate.
Copy. How's that?
I should be able to squeeze by there.
Okay.
Get out my fair lead.
Alright, once you stable, then I'll switch off that.
Okay, I'm stable.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
I'm going to turn H1 over towards you.
Okay.
I'll try to grab the scoop.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Go your way a little bit.
Okay. And it's got to your side, you got to go to your left.
Yeah. So if you can lean back and raise your corner, I got to bring it 3 inches to clear this truss. Okay, now we can square it up.
Perfect. That looks good.
Okay. Should be able to get down here beside it and show. Get it in. We got to go back a little.
Go back which way?
Towards your head.
Okay.
Okay, and a bit more. Another ½ inch if we can.
Toward where?
We got to raise it a little, flatten it out. It's tilted towards your feet, is towards you too much. When we flatten it, then we'll have better clearance and then go right up against the battery on top. Okay.
And EV1 and 2, can you check that the ingress aid is not interfering with the battery?
Is that ingress gate? There we go. That's the interference right there.
Okay. Thanks, Tomas.
And can you hold that up for a sec?
Yep, I'm going to hold it. I got it right here.
All right. Okay, let's turn it back.
Okay, coming back towards you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 39 minutes into the spacewalk. Anne McClain working in tandem with Nick Hague outside of the station, relocating one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries into its appropriate slot in the integrated electronics assembly onto a recently installed adapter plate so that it can be stowed permanently. It cannot, it is one of the 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries that will not be disposed of to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere on the next HTV cargo ship that will deliver even more new batteries to the station later this year.
And we see your mini workstation and effector that might be interfering as well with the battery installed.
It's clear off to the left.
You're over the cone now. We should be able to go down on it.
Okay.
What's it hung up on?
It's teetering kind of on this H2 connector.
We should be able to press it into soft dock at this point.
Okay. Brian? Are you in soft dock?
No. So you're right over the cone to be able to insert it. And something is hanging up. There we go. That's it.
Yep. That feels good.
Yep, everything's lined up on the bottom.
Okay. Keep a hand on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm pulling out my PGT.
Good words, and we see the battery seems to be in a good config. We like it here, and your settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2, and you're going for the H2 bolt first.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2 on H2 bolt.
Good words.
And McClain and Hague have mounted one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries onto the adapter plate on the integrated electronics assembly grid. And now we'll work to bolt it in place. And again, this is a permanent stowage location for this particular battery. It is one of 3 out of the 12 old nickel hydrogen batteries being replaced on the port truss that will not be returned to Earth because of space limitations on the external pallet, the cargo pallet that brought up new lithium-ion batteries.
See you, Mark. See it moving down?
Yep, I see it jacking down. Everything looks lined up on the bottom.
Copy. Okay, we got 15.9 turns, 9.1 torque, green light.
Copy, 9.1 turns, 15.9 turns, and green light. Can you check the status indicator on this battery if it traveled to lock?
And the status indicator is locked for H2.
Okay, that's a good config for H2, well done. And now you can move your PGT to...
While Anne McClain bolts this old nickel hydrogen battery into place on top of an adapter plate on the P4 truss's integrated electronics assembly. More questions coming in, and we urge you to keep them coming in at #AskNASA. This question: is there any propulsion on the astronaut's spacesuit if the tether breaks? Great question for the voice of reason.
5.5 turns.
The propulsion to enable an astronaut that should become untethered back to the safety of the space station, back to station structure, is called a SAFER unit. Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue is the acronym. That is a small jet-powered backpack. You can see it mounted on Anne McClain's spacesuit in this view. It uses nitrogen gas thrusters, small little thrusters that would be used in the highly unlikely event an astronaut would become untethered from the myriad of tethers that they use for safety while working outside. This view of McClain on the left, Nick Hague on the right, showing those SAFER units, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue jet-powered backpacks affixed to their spacesuits.
Which is that empty slot.
Next question: how long does it take for astronauts to be fitted in their suits? Typically, as was the case in the wee hours this morning, the suit-up process takes about 3 hours to complete. That is followed by the breathing of pure oxygen to cleanse nitrogen out of the spacewalkers' bloodstreams and avoid a condition known as decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the vacuum of space. So it's about a 3-hour process to get fitted into their suits in preparation for a spacewalk. Finally, how many adapter plates do you have to attach? In this spacewalk and the next one a week from today, there are a total of 6 adapter plates that were flown up with 6 new lithium-ion batteries. One battery and one adapter plate replaces 2 nickel hydrogen batteries in the new set of power upgrades that are being conducted to the station. So 3 adapter plates were robotically installed earlier in the week in various locations on the grid for the integrated electronics assembly. 3 more on the opposite side of the truss, the P4 truss, for the next power channel to be serviced a week from today by Anne McClain and by Christina Cook during their next spacewalk.
Okay, I am back over slot 4. Back in the UTFR.
Copy, Anne. We're back from a 20 seconds handover. We copy you back to the APFR over slot 4. You'll have to check for us that the ingress aid is stowed, the tethers are clear, and you can inspect the IEA bolt interfaces and the blind mate connector for FOD. And Nick, I don't know if you copied our last before we went into the handover.
No, I did not.
So it was about your safety tether potentially going around Anne's back. Did you get that?
Yep, I cleared that off. I put in a fair lead.
All right, thanks.
If I have a good view of slot 4, you can see both electrical connectors. I see no FOD. Both H1 and H2 look clear, and the area is clear of tethers.
Anne McClain providing an up-close and personal view through her helmet camera of the so-called slot 4 in the integrated electronics assembly, to which the second of the adapter plates, adapter plate B, is about to be installed by her and her spacewalking colleague Nick Hague, who you see at the top of your screen, as we pass the 2-hour, 48-minute mark into today's spacewalk.
The AP Bravo into slot 4. Locking out your red, leaving slack, and Nick, you can assist as needed.
Yeah. Work.
And somehow I can confirm that all the blind mate connectors on the AP Bravo are no fog, good EMI band, ready to mate.
Copy, Nick. Those are good checks. And Nick, while you have the PGT, you can check that those settings are alpha 7 clockwise 2 before handing it over to Anne.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
All right.
So, and the H1 side is too low.
Yeah,
so
I see that.
Angled. There you go.
I feel like I have good contact on the H2 side.
That looks like it's off dark on the H2.
Okay. Yep, I concur. It's not coming out.
Your PGT.
Okay, the ret is locked out.
Copy.
PGT is at the right settings.
So Anne, you will install that PGT onto H2, and those settings are alpha 7 clockwise 2 that Nick has already configured for you.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set. I have one line flush on H2. Ready to drive.
One line flush on H2. You are go to drive that H2 16 to 17, 17 turns.
Work.
Scattering a little. You may need to put a finger on that H1. When I pushed, it side-loaded pretty hard, so it was just barely touching it to help it get in.
Need to get two hands on the PGT.
Come down and put a finger down if you need it. Let me know.
It's driving pretty well.
Okay. It does look like it's moving now.
Okay. And Kamal, we got a 10.4 high torque with green lights.
Did you say 10.4 on the torque?
It's 10.4 high torque, and there's a red fault light and a green torque light.
And can you report the number of turns for us, Anne?
Yeah, it was between 16 and 17 when it stopped.
Stand by one. Hey, Nick and Anne, we have the required number of turns. We're going through some checks to see if we're happy with the high torque, but it looks good.
Okay.
And once we get the go from Struct and Mech, our next step will be to go to H1.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right, Anne and Nick, we would actually like you to hit H2 one more time, same settings, with a good stable body position so that we can assess the torque.
Okay. I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set, 1 line flush on H2.
Good words, you are go.
It torqued out almost immediately, 9.0 with a green light.
And that is a good torque. Everybody's happy here. You can move on to H1.
And work.
Anne McClain confirming a very solid connection for the second of the 3 adapter plates in its slot in the integrated electronics assembly. You see her at the bottom of your screen, Nick Hague at the top of your screen. We are now 2 hours, 54 minutes into the spacewalk. Next up will be the relocation of another one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries on top of this adapter plate for permanent storage on the International Space Station. The crew continues to run some 35 minutes or so ahead of the timeline, doing very well.
And we got 5 turns, 9.3 torque, green light. 1 line flush.
Copy, 5 turns, 9.3 for the torque, good green lights. This is a good install. You can transfer the PGT to Nick. Nick, you're going to store that PGT at crew lock bag 1, and you can release your ret and unlock it from that AP. You can start working on those 3 TA clamps. And Nick, you can remove that connector cap from the lithium-ion battery in slot 3.
Real.
Connector cap is removed, come on.
Copy, the connector cap is removed, and you have a ret on it. And now you'll be waiting for the connector P4 from Anne. As soon as she releases those TA clamps, she can demate that connector and gives it to you.
I have 2 of them demated in the third.
And if Nick can get to that third TA clamp, maybe that's also a good option.
That's kind of over my head. I don't know if you can reach it.
Have a blind read. page, but I think that's it.
Yep, that's it. You got it.
Okay.
All right, ready for the connector?
Ready.
And Nick, a small heads up, your safety tether is between your legs as well, so if you can clear that,
Yep.
I think now's a good time.
Hey, firm. My legs are kind of pointed back toward the airlock. There you go.
All right, there's the connector. Give you a right for the cap.
Sure.
And Nick, if you can verify that there's no FOD, good pins and good EMI band, lever over center on that connector. And after that, you'll be go to mate that AP cable to the adjacent lithium-ion battery J4.
Hey, firm. Didn't work.
Here comes your rat.
Okay, thanks. Ready. Go. Okay, good EMI band. 5, good pins. And over center, ready to install.
You are go to install, and we see you connecting that connect cap to J4.
Here, that connector cap is installed.
And P4's made it over center to J4.
Copy, guys. It's a good job right there. Next step for you, Anne, is to relocate your APFR to that with 14 with the same settings.
Please.
And tomorrow, I think I need to go retrieve those scoops.
Nick, that is correct. You can retrieve those square scoops from the battery in slot 6.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours into today's spacewalk. Everything going swimmingly for Anne McClain and Nick Hague, as they have now installed 2 out of 3 adapter plates brought up on the Japanese HTV-7 cargo ship last September. Robotically earlier in the week, the robotics officer here in Mission Control, working in concert with robotics specialists at the Canadian Space Agency, moved old nickel hydrogen batteries and the 3 new lithium-ion batteries to their respective locations on the truss of the International Space Station in the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
From the bag, it's your choice at that point.
The 2 adapter plates, one of which already has been hooked up to one of the new lithium-ion batteries, which is up and running in good shape. This adapter plate, now having just been installed by Anne McClain, will receive on top of it one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries for permanent storage, and cabling will be hooked up to a second new lithium-ion battery that sits in a slot just adjacent to it. All this work continues to run ahead of schedule for the crew, which began its spacewalk at 7:01 a.m. Central Time this morning.
Green light now.
Copy, and we're getting a good picture. Thanks. And Nick, just to be sure, can you confirm the connector cap is connected to J4?
Anne took care of that install.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for double checking.
The scoops are on the adjustable attached to the crew lock bag. I'm going to move into position to install them on battery 2.
Copy, Nick. And Nick, on that battery in slot 2, the H1 scoop should point at 4 if the radiator is 12, and the H2 scoop should point straight at the radiator.
Copy that. 4 and 12.
Good read back. And Anne and Nick were 30 seconds from a 20 seconds handover.
Okay, copy that.
We're in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. Just to recap, we're at the 3-hour, 6-minute mark into today's spacewalk by Anne McClain and Nick Hague, the first of 3 spacewalks to be conducted by Expedition 59 crew members outside the International Space Station over the next 17 days. This spacewalk and a second spacewalk by McClain and Christina Cook 1 week from today, designed to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the International Complex with new lithium-ion batteries that will provide more power and a longer lifetime, shelf life, if you will, for the rest of the lifetime of the International Outpost. Everything has been going extremely well with the movement of adapter plates upon which old nickel-hydrogen batteries are being permanently stored, as well as the electrical hookup of cabling between these adapter plates and the new lithium-ion batteries to provide the completion of the electrical circuit for components called a battery charge discharge unit, essentially the unit that collects energy while the International Space Station is flying in daylight. The solar arrays, of course, use that power to drive all of the station's systems. But more importantly, the battery charge discharge unit stores power for use when the station moves into a nighttime pass and there is no sunlight to power the arrays. That charge discharge unit then feeds the solar arrays stored power to continue running the station's systems on a seamless basis. This is the second of 4 sets of spacewalks that are expected to continue through next spring to replace a total of 48 old nickel-hydrogen batteries with 24 new lithium-ion batteries. The first series of spacewalks occurred during Expedition 50 in January of 2017 by Thomas Pesquet, who is a spacewalk communicator today on the left of your screen, the European Space Agency astronaut who joined Peggy Whitson and Shane Kimbrough during Expedition 50 for the replacement of batteries on the starboard foretruss of the station for the 1A and 3A power channels. Today's work is on the 4A power channel. A week from today, McClain and Cook will complete the work to upgrade the 2A power channel. And then later this year, up to 4 to 6 spacewalks will be mounted by future teams of astronauts out on the P6 truss, all the way at the far port end of the backbone of the International Space Station to service the 2B and 4B power channels. More spacewalks are required for that set of battery replacements, as well as the final set of battery replacements, because the Canadarm2 robotic arm cannot reach all the way out to the far end of the station, and so the batteries have to be physically transported by the crew members during those sets of spacewalks. You see in the graphic, today we're working on the P4 truss, as we will a week from today. The S4 was completed 2 years ago, and the other battery replacement work lies ahead on the far ends of the truss, both port and starboard.
And it all looks good.
Very good.
That's awesome.
Okay,
And
so I have my PGT out, ready for H2. Go ahead.
Correct. This is, you're going to work on H2. Settings are alpha 7 counterclockwise 2, working on H2 on that battery.
Okay, alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 is set. And Nick has your position.
In a good position to receive it. If you need help with H1, then I'm going to need to move. So we'll see what you can do.
Okay, I have the tape line is flush on H2, ready to drive.
That's a good check. And you're ready. You go to release H2. We expect 19 turns, 19.
19. I supposed to jump after 17 turns.
Looks attached, yeah.
I don't think it is quite. A couple more. Okay, the battery is free, and that was 19 turns there. Come on.
Copy 17 turns and a couple more. I would have you check the status indicator, but it seems obvious that the battery is unlocked. And just a reminder, this is the one you'll have to rotate by 180 degrees, so you guys make sure you're in a good config to do that.
Copy. And Nick, let me know when you're ready.
Great.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
And there's a red swap to perform as well on this battery.
Copy.
And just, there we go. I'll do the red swap. You maintain control.
Okay.
And you can put your red on the scoop, Nick, if you want.
Scoop.
Sounds good.
And it's coming back to you.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Okay, I've got the battery.
You have the battery.
Okay, I copy. You have your red on the scoop, Nick.
Anne McClain at the bottom and Nick Hague at the top, removing another one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries from its slot in the grid on the electronic assembly at the P4 truss. That will be relocated on top of the second adapter plate that was just installed a few minutes ago by the two spacewalkers. While we watch the work that's ongoing outside of the International Space Station, some more questions being sent to us on hashtag AskNASA. Christy Wall asks, my 6th grade class wants to know how much spacesuits weigh. The U.S. extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, the spacesuits that you see in today's spacewalk, as they have been in all U.S. spacewalks throughout the years, weigh 250 pounds apiece on Earth. Of course, they're weightless in the environment of space, but their mass is 250 pounds. Next question, why does one astronaut have red stripes around the legs and the other doesn't? That's for easy identification purposes for you watching on NASA television, as well as the flight control team here in Mission Control and all of the engineers supporting the spacewalk in their back rooms here that are providing engineering expertise to the flight control team. Finally, for this round of questions, which ISS module are the new batteries being installed on? It's not for a particular module, it's for the space station in general. The batteries that were installed 2 years ago on the starboard truss, the batteries being installed in this series of spacewalks, and more to come on 2 additional sets of spacewalks for the far edges of the truss segments of the International Space Station, are designed to provide power for all station modules, both U.S. and actually Russian modules as well, through adapter circuitry that basically links the U.S. and Russian segments of the station, as well as the European and Japanese laboratories on the International Space Station. So it's not just one module being serviced in support of upgrades, it's the entire station itself.
Looks like it's clocking at 1, Ann.
Copy, thanks. Have a good twist test, full test, and we got black on black.
Copy, and good pull twist test and black on black. You can ingress this APFR.
Copy.
like a good right foot.
Okay. And left foot's in.
Careful coming back. Battery's right above your head.
All right.
Let's try to move it.
Okay. Leaning back.
Yeah, if you lean back, you should see a scoop in front of you.
Okay, I see it.
Okay.
You may need to go and tend the cable a little bit.
Yep, I will. Once you take control of the door, it's
Okay.
oriented in the right direction.
Yep.
I'll grab
I have it oriented.
Okay, you got it?
I have the battery.
Okay. You bring it down, I'll grab this cable out of the way. Let me come towards you.
Okay.
Okay, so it's got to come forward a little bit more to line up.
And we didn't copy if you perform the red swap on that battery or not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Nick is still ready.
If you want to throw it, I'll hold it in place if you want to throw red down. Oh, stand by. Let me get the cable. Cable's out. Okay. Giving you slots to be able to put it in.
And did you make sure that the ingress aid was stowed out of the way of that battery install?
I will double check that just a sec. I got my red on it.
Okay. You release the red on the scoop.
Yes. And the ingress aid is out of the way. And there's your red.
Okay. And I'm going to come down next to you.
Okay.
And it'll take me a second to pull up the BRT.
Once you guys verified that the AP Bravo location is clear of tethers and fallen and of the AP cable, you have a go to soft dock that battery.
Okay. And Nick, I'm going to stand by until we can, if it looks like it's running underneath it.
Yeah, it's coming back. I need to tin that.
Okay.
And then if I could use
Nice.
that's lined up. Lined up on the H2 side.
Lined up over there?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to tell because I'm kind of straight over it.
Yeah,
so if you think it's lined up.
Let me peek down.
Okay.
Oh, what you need.
Thanks.
I'm at the end of my leash, so I gotta go move my waist tether.
Okay.
Gonna pull my safety tether right through you.
Yep.
Manageable?
It's fine. Have a look.
I'm just shining some light down there. Lined up. One more angle. Looks good. Your H1 side is a little deeper in than your H2 side.
Okay, so we'll just make sure I'll bring that up a little bit before we drive. Okay, Tama, I'm ready for the words to drive the first bolt. Believe.
Okay, copy. You soft docked that battery onto AP Bravo. Well done. With that PGT and the 6-inch wobble, Alpha 7 clockwise 2, you'll go for H2 first.
Alpha 7 clockwise to H2.
Good read back.
Okay. And the tape line on the socket is flush. I'm ready to drive. You ready?
Copy. Tape line flush on H2. You are go to drive H2, 15.5 to 17.17 turns.
Copy. Torqued out, so we're not.
I think the H1 side's a little low.
Okay, hold that up. There we go.
Motion. Everything lining up.
Copy.
The view from Anne McClain's helmet camera as she uses a pistol grip tool to drive bolts and secure one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries to the second of 3 adapter plates that were installed earlier during today's spacewalk. Now 3 hours 26 minutes in duration. The crew's still running well ahead of the timeline and doing extremely well.
Copy, and you can move to H1, same settings, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
The Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set for H1.
Tape is flush.
Tape is flush. Driving.
Copy, your go to drive H1, 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy. We got 4.8 turns, 9 torque, green light.
4.8 turns, 9 for the torque, and the green light. Those are good numbers. And can you check the status indicator on H1?
And the lock slot is over the silver line.
Copy, that's a good install. You can store your PGT back on your swing arm. Release that rod from the battery, unlock it. Next step for you, Anne, is to relocate the APFR to P4 with 14.14.
Okay, it works.
And before you guys do that, we'll take a glove and hap check for both of you.
It works.
Okay.
And on my left index finger, I have a little bit of the RTV coming up at the base of the finger. And right hand is no change.
Copy. A little bit of RTG coming up on the base of your left index finger, and the rest is no change.
EV2, no change from the baseline on the gloves, dry hap.
Copy EV2, no change, and dry hap, and EV1 dry hap as well. Okay, so this is a good glove and hap check. Nick would like you to head over to DEP and work on AP Charlie, and Anne, you'll stay behind for a while. And we have some steps for you to work on the batteries 1 and 5.
Hey.
And heads up, we're 5 minutes from night pass.
Heading back to the EP.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 31 minutes into today's spacewalk. A good view of Anne McClain at the P4 truss of the International Space Station. She and Nick Hague are making swift work of all of the tasks associated with the initial completion of relocation of batteries and adapter plates for the upgrade of the power system on the 4A power channel, one of 8 such power channels, 4 on the port side, 4 on the starboard side of the truss of the International Space Station that power the complex's systems. Everything continues to run ahead of the timeline today. The crew is working very efficiently, encountering virtually no problems so far. Nick Hague is going to be working on the relocation of the third of 3 adapter plates, 75-pound adapter plates that complete a electrical circuitry for the battery charge discharge unit, upon which the old nickel hydrogen batteries will be permanently stored on the station, those that are not being returned on an HTV cargo ship for disposal, and protects the thermal characteristics of the integrated electronics assembly grid that the new lithium-ion batteries are being installed in.
Flight Tama, the APSR is in WIS 14, good full twist test. And the locking color is black on black.
Copy, Anne. Copy all. Those are good words. Good job there. And the plan for you, as we have it right now, is to go drive those H1s on slot 5 and 1 on the EP, which are towards the walls. And after we've done that, we'll go meet up with Nick later on.
Okay, sounds good.
So you can start by whichever sounds most accessible right now. And I have words for the PGT.
Okay. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm in place.
Sounds good. And Nick?
True lock bag, calibrating the PGT.
Okay, that sounds awesome. And once that is done, Nick, we can have you go drive that H1 on AP Charlie, but not H2. So only H1, and then stand by for Anne to join you.
Do that? Will do.
And I'll have some more detailed words once you get in a good position for that H1.
Hey, Tama, I'm in H1. The PGT is calibrated.
Copy, you're on
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
That is correct, Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2. On H1 Charlie, you can install your hex driver and confirm one line flush.
I have one line flush.
Okay, it's a good config. You are go to release H1. We expect 8 turns.
The 8 turns inward.
Tama, I'm in position.
Okay, Anne, you're in position. Which slot are you at? Do you know?
I am at slot 5, and I'm looking at the H1 bolt.
That's correct, slot 1, so you're inboards, and the H1 with that PGT Alpha 7 clockwise 2, you'll be looking to drive 4 to 5.5 turns.
4 to 5.5 turns on H1. Copy.
And Tama, adapter plate Charlie, H1 bolt released, 6 turns.
Okay. I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, Alpha 7 clockwise 2, you go to drive H1 on that slot 5.
Okay.
And Nick, did you get a good release on that Charlie H1?
Confirm, H1, adapter plate Charlie, released, 6 turns.
Okay, you can hold on to that PGT or let it go back to the bag, and at that point I would like you to stand by and wait for Anne to join you up on the EP.
Tama, I got 5.2 turns, 5.1 torque, green light. The status indicator moved, but the lock slot did not get all the way to the silver line.
Okay, 5.2 turns, 9.1 slot, and a good green light.
Confirm.
And that's a good install for H1. You can now translate outboard to that slot 1 for the same operation.
Okay.
working in parallel paths. Anne McClain is wrapping up work to relocate and install another one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries on top of a previously installed adapter plate on the electronics grid at the P4 truss of the station, while Nick Hague is in the process of completing the release and retrieval of the third of 3 adapter plates that soon will be relocated to an empty slot on that integrated electronics assembly.
Come on the slot 1, H1. I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set.
Copy, Anne. We see you in a good config, Alpha 7 clockwise 2. H1 in slot 1, you are go to drive that bolt 4 to 5.5 turns.
I'll be driving. And I drew it, but I don't think I'm just quite on the bolt. I'm going to reseat here and get a better bite on it.
Okay, Anne, sounds good. Take your time. And Nick, how are you doing up on the EP?
Doing great. A wonderful view.
Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous. I think everybody's a little bit jealous. So that's just too bad it's a night pass, but if we get to daylight, you'll have a fantastic view.
Nick Hague admiring the view from 248 miles above the Earth. Thomas Pesquet expressing a bit of jealousy. Of course, Pesquet was front row center seat to a similar view back on January 13th, 2017, when he joined Shane Kimbrough outside the International Space Station conducting the same type of battery replacement work as Nick Hague and Anne McClain are doing today. Pesquet from the European Space Agency today serving as the spacewalk communicator for McClain and Hague.
Hey, Nick, while you're standing by, we think we can do a crew log bag 2 inventory, because you're not going to need anything from that crew log bag. You're just going to use the PGT that's on the outside. So whenever you're ready, we're ready to take the inventory and the crew log bag 2.
Okay. So I have a GoPro, to a camera mount, to an internal D-ring. I have the ratchet wrench.
Nick Hague reeling off some of the items for inventory at this point of the spacewalk, which is now 3 hours and 46 minutes in duration. The crew continuing to work ahead of the timeline. The International Space Station is currently flying over eastern China, about to begin a northwest to southeasterly track. More questions coming in droves, actually, on hashtag AskNASA. The first one, how long does it take to plan one of these missions, meaning spacewalks, outside of the station? The answer is up to a year or more. The actual foundation, writing the procedures, training the crew members before they go fly, during their training opportunities in the United States. It could take almost 2 years to plan a spacewalk. All of the refinement of the procedures can continue to take place almost up until the eve of the spacewalk. But the planning and the training of the crew actually continues after the crew is on board the International Space Station, as they receive videos and other written material uplinked to them for study once they are in orbit, approaching the time that those spacewalks are scheduled for.
The PGT said it.
Okay,
well, a school teacher, interestingly enough, asks our 7th grade class, would like to know how many orbits of the ISS have happened during the spacewalk. So we're approaching the 4-hour mark in the spacewalk. The International Space Station, just like every other orbiting object, circles the Earth once every 90 minutes. So I'll let you do the math. And if you come up with the answer, please let us know.
I got a green light, 9.2 torque, and it was a 4.7 turn.
Also, do astronauts need to wear sunglasses when doing a spacewalk during their daytime? Actually, they have protective visors on their helmets, so that when they are on a daylight pass, such as one that will be coming up here shortly over the Pacific Ocean, their visors can protect their eyes. The visor is not needed, of course, when they're in a dark pass, during a nighttime pass, such as they're currently orbiting over at the moment. Work continues to proceed on track, in fact, ahead of schedule by about 45 minutes, according to the spacewalk officer here in Mission Control, Jackie Kagi. Everything is proceeding well. The crew continuing the shell game of moving old nickel hydrogen batteries onto stowage locations on the integrated electronics assembly. The new lithium-ion batteries in the process of being hooked up to adapter plates to complete circuitry as they begin their work as a new power source for the 4A power channel on the port truss of the International Space Station. A similar power upgrade will be made 1 week from today to the 2A power channel, which is on the opposite side of the truss on the port side of the station. The spacewalk expected to be conducted a week from today by Anne McClain and Christina Cook.
Ahead of the timeline.
Copy.
Copy.
And Nick, if you could check for us that your WVS light is on, and Anne will need the same check from you whenever it's convenient.
Hey. As soon as I cross the start here.
I have a green light. It was off. I just turned it on.
Copy, Nick.
And Tamai, I do have a green light as well.
Copy, Anne. Thanks for checking.
With that port seat apart.
Copy, Anne. You're on the CETA card.
All right, Nick, I'm ready to come up on the EP.
Okay, I'm in a good position. I'm BRT down on the kind of the starboard side of the adapter plate C, like we talked about.
Copy.
Flying 248 miles over the Northwest Pacific Ocean, Anne McClain by the external pallet carried up on the HTV-7. You see the writing on that pallet and the grapple fixture for that pallet, which is on a payload attachment device on the truss of the station. The HTV-7's external pallet, which is basically a cargo carrying pallet that is in the side of the cargo ship itself, and which is extracted robotically for the transfer of cargo during an HTV visit to the International Space Station.
Right.
McClain now joining Nick Hague at that pallet. They're going to be retrieving the third of 3 adapter plates. And ultimately we'll install that adapter plate in an empty slot on the integrated electronics assembly.
Right, and we see you up there on the EP. The PGT settings are going to be Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2, and we'll work on the AP Charlie H2.
Copy. And I'm going to get a ret to it.
Let me put your red on here.
Yeah, that's it.
And out.
You want to stabilize or drive?
I can drive.
Okay.
Come on.
Copy. If you have Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 and one line flush, you are go to release H2, and we copied your ret.
It's loading a little bit.
I'm driving.
Working out as I start. Yeah.
Okay, so one line flush.
Copy. One line flush.
To kind of do a little bit while you drive.
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah, so Tomas, we are torquing out as soon as it starts.
Copy. Torquing out on H2. Standby 1.
It hasn't moved yet, so I don't even think it's a side load.
Yeah.
We may have done too much torque when I torqued it down, or it's just over the threshold.
And Anne and Nick, the first thing we'd like you to do in that situation is to double check that the H1 bolt is fully released.
Okay. Back to H1.
And for that, we'd like you to install the hex driver back onto the H1 bolt. Verify, as always, the two lines are visible in one flush, and then release H1 bolt at least 2 turns, and I have settings for you.
Okay, ready for settings.
It's going to be the same as always, Alpha 7 clockwise 2 with the 9-inch hex driver.
And can you see the label?
Yep, I see Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Okay, starting. And Tomas, I did some full rotations. I can feel it skipping off the thread, so it's out.
Copy. You feel it skipping off. It's a good sign. So it's good confirmation that H1 is fully released. Now you can go back to H2.
Want to pull the trigger? Okay, I got it.
You're right.
Ready?
Yep.
It's torquing out.
And on H2, what we have for you guys is to really try to relieve side loads as much as possible, verify the ORU is properly aligned, verify that the socket is fully engaged with one line on the tool flush, and then reattempt the release.
Okay.
See any side loads? It seems pretty solid. It's connected to H2 still.
Yeah. Okay, Tomas, so we've got slack in the rats. It's not loaded up because H1 has come off. It doesn't really move much still. We'll try again.
Copy.
And it just torques out immediately.
Okay, stand by one. And Nick, can you guys confirm that it's counterclockwise too?
I have counterclockwise 2, Alpha 7 set.
Copy. Okay, we're discussing our next steps here on the ground, so stand by one.
Okay.
Anne and Nick, you have some more steps for you guys, and the first one would be on that H2 to give it one turn in at Alpha 7 clockwise 2 and see what it does.
Okay, I'm in Alpha 7 clockwise 2. One turn in.
That is correct.
And before one turn, it torqued out. 9.1 on the torque, green light.
We copy, Nick. Those are good numbers. And now if you can switch to counterclockwise 2 and reattempt that H2 bolt release.
Okay. Counter 2 is set. I release. So it rotated half a turn and then torqued out.
So we copied half a turn and then it torqued out, correct?
Stay firm. 9.3 on the actual torque reading.
Copy 9.3, stand by one. And Nick, some other steps for you guys. We want to make sure we broke torque on that bolt earlier. So if you could switch the PGT to manual ratchet counterclockwise and try to check if you've actually broken that torque or not.
Manual ratchet counterclockwise. Got some torque on it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 4 minutes into the spacewalk.
Break the torque with
Anne McClain on your left, Nick Hague on your right, having a bit of trouble with one of the bolts holding the third of 3 adapter plates in place in the external pallet brought up by the Japanese cargo ship, the HTV-7, last September. This bolt, one of two bolts holding it in place in the external pallet, a bit stubborn, but they're working their way through other procedures to break the torque on that bolt, get that adapter plate out, and get it moved over for installation on the integrated electronics assembly on the P4 truss.
It's getting looser.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Enough?
Sure, we got it. Do you think we've done a turn?
At least.
Okay. Get my visor.
Okay, Anne and Nick, it looks good. And now I would like you to switch back to your normal settings on the PGT motor and Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2, and then we'll reattempt.
Motor. Clockwise 2. Not a motor yet. It is. Okay. The motor, counter 2, line flush.
Copy Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2, 1 line flush. You are go to reattempt to release H2.
Okay, so Tomas, it's torquing out. So when we broke torque with the manual ratchet, it still had a fairly high running torque. We were able to turn the bolt. We turned it about one turn around. So it's still torquing out as soon as we try to drive it.
Copy, that bolt is torquing out, and you had a high running torque with the PGT in the manual ratchet. Standby 1. And we'll need to talk some steps here on the ground, so you guys can stand by for a minute.
Okay.
Copy.
And then Nick, back with you. So lots of conversations down here. What we would like you to do right now is to try again on that H2, but with a higher setting, and would like you to switch that PGT to Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. How copy?
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 is the new setting.
good words. And still one line flush.
And one line is flush.
Here, I get a better position to hook the PGT.
Yep, you put a hand on it.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to pull the trigger? I got a BRT down.
Okay. Yep, and I'm stable. You ready?
Yep, ready.
We go. Driving.
Oh, we're driving.
That's driving. And it's moving.
Got a high running torque, but it's moving.
We copy, it's moving.
Wow.
Can you guys read the torque right now on your PGT display while you're driving?
I can try. It's
And stand by. Stop driving. Maybe.
22.
No, I think we may be side loading with the H1 bolt.
Copy 22.
Alright, what do you think?
Okay.
And it is not released yet.
Not released. You wanna try to stabilize the H1 side while I drive?
Sure. Yep.
Level 7. Here we go.
Oh, no, I got it. Okay. And on there.
Let me know when you're in good position.
And guys, the total number of turns is 1919. That's the total number of turns that we expect on that H2.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready.
Looks to me like the H1 side is too low.
Okay.
A little bit. Have to gauge it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try to move it around find the sweet spot. Okay.
Okay. And if you want to dither it, just. I'll go hands off and see. They're going.
The black stretch, or you can see how tall it's misaligned here.
Tomorrow we have torqued out. How many turns does it say we've got on it?
15.4.
Copy, you guys have 15.4 turns and you torqued out. Stand by 1.
4 hours, 11 minutes into the spacewalk. McClain and Hague continue to work with a slightly stubborn bolt holding the third of 3 adapter plates in the external pallet that carried up those adapter plates plus new lithium-ion batteries for the International Space Station's P4 truss 2A and 4A power channels. 2 other adapter plates have been installed with old nickel hydrogen batteries already mounted on them for permanent storage, and those adapter plates have also been hooked up electrically to accommodate 2 of the new lithium-ion batteries that were robotically transferred to slots in the integrated electronics assembly earlier this week by robotics officers here in Mission Control and at the Canadian Space Agency.
And Anne would like you to check your WVS. We think the switch has been bumped. And once that is done, we'd like to hear some more words about that H1. You said H1 was a bit low. We want to make sure that you believe that it's actually fully released and that it's not side-loading the H2 as you're trying to drive it.
I think that H1 is fully released. It has a little bit of play up and down.
Yeah, half-inch. Play up and down.
Okay, we copy and we see on your WVS and that half-inch of play.
Okay.
And Anne and Nick, we'd like you to check. We've seen, you've reported that little bit of play on the H1 side, and we've seen it on the WES. The H1 can be sticky on the other side, that stanchion that it's on. So if you could pull one good time or two on the H1 stanchion and make sure, in case it was sticky on the other side, that it kind of unsticks.
It's unstuck. You got maybe an inch of play now. Level is level.
Okay, so we see some play, maybe more than there was before, than there used to be. So with that, I would like you to reattempt that H2 at Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and if maybe the one who's not driving a PGT can watch this H1 at the same time.
Try not to, I think you can side load it if you lean the PGT the wrong way.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
It seems to be driving. Moving?
That's coming up.
Okay.
Close.
Maybe shift the soft right now?
Yeah. I don't think it's moving anymore. We can try to see if it's...
I don't see it moving.
So if you guys can give us maybe a total number of turns that you've given on that H2 right now?
Read the turn count?
Yeah, it just says low torque.
Okay, I think you had the 15.5 turns before, and it's
15,
an additional 6 or 7 maybe?
Yeah, and it's right at the top. It looks like it's almost the soft dock. It's really loose.
Copy, so now it might be a matter to make it standby. And I would like you to confirm one more time that there's one line flush on the hex driver.
One line flush.
One line flush.
Okay, let's just hold for a minute.
Okay, holding. That was helping if I was dithering it a little bit.
Yeah, I could feel it kind of catching and then releasing.
Okay.
Then it seemed like it kind of got stuck right here at the end.
To recap where we're at here at the 4-hour, 19-minute mark, Anne McClain and Nick Hague were sailing along with all of the work associated with the transference of adapter plates and batteries to their proper locations in the integrated electronics assembly grid at the P4 truss of the International Space Station, and the upgrade of the 4A power channel on the station with new lithium-ion batteries. This release of this third and final adapter plate for this particular spacewalk has run into a bit of difficulty with a stubborn bolt. The crew using a pistol grip tool, trying over and over again to release one of two so-called H-bolts holding it in place on the external pallet that brought it and all of the other associated equipment up on the H2 transfer vehicle cargo ship last September. So the crew continues to work its way through crib sheet procedures and other alternatives, working in concert with the flight control team here in Mission Control as they attempt to free up this third and final adapter plate for transfer and installation on the integrated electronics assembly on the P4 truss.
Okay, that's in there. Yeah.
And so just to make sure, after you've pulled gently on the H1, we'd like you to reattempt to give some turns on the H2.
Roger, Thomas. We did that, moved H1 around to try to free up H2, put another 5 turns on H2, and doesn't appear to be jacking up anymore, so we think it's in soft dock, but we tried to pull on it a little bit to break soft dock, and it hasn't.
Okay, copy. We're 30 seconds from 20-second handover.
There we go.
Got it out, Thomas.
Hey, good job, you guys. And we're 10 seconds from the handover. We'll need an inspection of those interfaces when we're back on the other side.
Handing over between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, the International Space Station flying over the South Pacific, soon to cross the southern coast of Chile before making a swing across the Atlantic Ocean. The spacewalk continues at the 4-hour, 22-minute mark. The crew running into a bit of trouble with one of the bolts hanging up the release of a third and final adapter plate from the external pallet that carried it to orbit on the Japanese cargo ship, the HTV-7.
So that we're getting good view.
Okay.
So, and I've got a good BRT position down, so I can just hold it up for you.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
And then we can worry about getting it on your red after that.
On the BRT, yeah.
Yes. On the red already.
Yes.
Cargo ship that would enable it to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
So it's a little bit too high in your WVS, and if you can bring it lower a little bit, the AP.
Here we go. Lined up.
How's that look?
And we're watching that interface, and if you guys can tell that something is wrong, if you're seeing debris or anything, we'll gladly take those words.
I'm looking. I don't see any obvious fault or damage.
Copy. And how about the H1 side?
I have to move to see the H1. You want to pull it down?
Even with this temporary glitch in removing the third of the 3 adapter plates from the external pallet, the crew is still running some 30 minutes ahead of the timeline as we approach the 4.5-hour mark in the spacewalk.
Some scoring marks kind of on, I think that's from an info.
We copy your
EP side of H1.
Yeah, that's a good call, Nick.
Everything looks clean.
Yes.
And as a confirmation, could you guys see the 3 soft dock plungers on the side of the H2 bolt?
I see one.
Yeah, do you see a couple?
Yeah, I see 2. You see the third one?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't see anything obvious. It looks a little worn kind of on the corners of it, just like metal-to-metal contact, but I think that looks like damage.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, it does look like damage or it does not look like damage?
Sorry, I do not see any obvious damage.
We copy, thanks. All right, Anne and Nick, at that point, would like to move forward. So now that you have a ret on that AP, and you can stow it on your BRT. And we'll go back to the P4 IEA once you guys are ready.
Copy.
So the flight control team here at Mission Control and the crew outside of the International Space Station comfortable that they're not seeing any damage with any of the attachment points in this particular slot in which the adapter plate was removed. They'll press ahead now and bring this adapter plate down to the integrated electronics assembly at the P4 truss for its installation.
And you'll be leading that translation to P4.
Copy. I'm going to bring this up above you there, Nick.
Okay, I'm going to stay put until you're across the bridge.
Copy. Just watch behind you, kind of positioning it behind you here.
And Nick, you'll pick up that crew log bag number 2 and stow it on your BRT.
Do that, inward.
And this high-definition view showing the external pallet that was brought up on HTV-7, the Japanese cargo ship that launched from the Tanegashima Space Center last September 22nd in southern Japan, arriving at the station 5 days later on September 27th, carrying the 6 new lithium-ion batteries and a set of adapter plates for the swap out of the lithium-ion batteries in place of the old nickel-hydrogen batteries. One set of lithium-ion battery, a single lithium-ion battery and its associated adapter plates taking the place of 2 nickel-hydrogen batteries. The lithium-ion batteries much more efficient. They weigh a bit more, but and are of the same dimension, but they will provide more power efficiency for a longer period of time over the course of the lifetime of the International Space Station.
Nick, I'm off the EP. Good.
Just picking up the crew lock bag now. I'll be behind you.
Copy.
The view from Anne McClain's helmet camera. She and Nick Hague are now moving down to the integrated electronics assembly, the grid, if you will, at the base of the P4 truss of the station, where this third and final adapter plate will be installed a short time from now.
And Anne, as you get closer to the stars, I'll remind you to check your gauntlets in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. Across.
And guys, we're looking for some data on what you did to eventually release that AP. Did you use more force? Is that you were afraid to use more force at the beginning and you ended up doing it? Was it some friction? Or how did you get it done?
I was on one AP and Nick was on the other, and I think that we ended up kind of pulling it at the same time and got the H2 to just release. So I think it was just a matter of kind of wiggling and pulling at the same time.
Copy. So that would be kind of more of a positioning problem for the AP, and it has to be perfectly parallel to the surface and kind of perfectly flush, and so that you can pull on both sides at the same time, correct?
Right. Yeah, that'd be agreed.
And people here want to know how did it compare to the others EP that you pulled from that EP?
The others popped out real easy.
Okay.
I'm starting to translate over to you.
Okay.
Okay, Anne, we see you in position. You can ingress that APFR and stow the ingress aid.
Copy.
And Nick, on your way down from the EP, would like you to fold the ingress aid on the bridge.
Do that. And Anne, I don't know how it happened, but your safety tether is caught on something at the base of the arm.
Okay.
I'm not even sure how to clear that, other than come all the way out here.
On the base of?
The base of the robotic arm, at the lee. It's caught on some bump on the lee, so it's off the front face about 10 feet.
Okay. I need to come back up onto the EP, you think?
Yeah, I don't see any other way to try to clear that.
Okay.
And we concur.
Let me get back on the other side of the EP to give you enough space.
Okay.
Ground, do you see that on video?
Yeah, Nick, we're trying to get a good view, working on it.
Anne McClain now back down at the Integrated Electronics Assembly as we've passed the 4-hour, 37-minute mark in today's spacewalk. Once this third adapter plate is installed on the Integrated Electronics Assembly, that will complete all of the movement of adapter plates and the relocation of nickel hydrogen batteries into storage locations on those adapter plates for this particular spacewalk. The International Space Station moving from southwest to northeast, flying just to the east of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Everything continuing to go very smoothly with the spacewalk, with the exception of that one stubborn bolt that the crew finally overcame to release the third of the 3 adapter plates, still running about 30 or so minutes ahead of the timeline for the day.
You see what I'm talking about, Ann?
Yeah, I do.
I thought maybe if you came up towards where we were working that it'd pull it out, but it's not going to get lower than that, so.
And Nick, you are go if you want to translate down the EP onto the POA and try to clear that snag.
Okay. EP to POA to clear the snag and work.
I got it.
Got it?
It's cleared.
Yeah, we see that. Good move.
And are you on the EP?
Negative. I'm on the computer card.
Okay, I'm translating towards you.
Okay. I'm gonna head back out.
Okay, good job on that, guys, and we'll reset and get to our next task. And you're translating back to that APFR where you were. Make sure you have your gauntlets. And Nick, you're following Anne back to that P4 work site.
Confirm. And somehow the ingress aid is stowed.
Copy, Nick. The ingress aid is folded down to the boot plate. Thank you. And can you make sure as well that you'll have your gauntlets in place when you cross the Sarge?
Will do.
Copy.
At the 4-hour, 42-minute mark in the spacewalk, this view of the expanse of the International Space Station at the Port 4 Truss segment of the complex, as Anne McClain and Nick Hague move toward the integrated electronics assembly for the installation of the third and final adapter plate. This one will remain unoccupied for the time being as part of the continuing shell game of moving old nickel hydrogen and new lithium-ion batteries back and forth, all part of the electronic upgrades, the power upgrades for the station's systems.
The IEA bolt interfaces and the blind mate connectors for FOD.
Copy.
And Nick, have a handrail number for temp stowing your crew log bag, number 2, whenever you need it.
Almost there.
The sun glistening off the golden solar arrays of the International Space Station flying over the South Atlantic. Nick Hague on the right, Anne McClain on the left, as they prepare the final adapter plate for its installation in its appropriate slot in the integrated electronics assembly.
And if you see them when you go by, let me know how my heels look.
Oh,
Okay, thanks.
I'm in position to temp stow.
Copy, Nick. You want to temp stow your crew log bag on that P4 handrail 5119er. It's kind of the short one on the radiator side.
Valley.
And did you say your ingress aid was stowed and the IEA interface looks good?
Affirmative. The ingress aid is stowed and the spot looks clear.
We copy. So you guys let me know whenever you think you're ready for mating the AP in that slot too.
Okay. Wait for Nick to get over on the H1 side.
Okay. I'm on a crew lock bag 2 is on handrail 5119.
Copy, Nick. And your next step is going to be to go assist Anne as needed to soft dock that AP Charlie into slot 2. And after that, you'll need to hand over the PGT with the hex driver to her.
Copy that. I'm that way.
And Anne, just to be sure that AP, those blind mate connectors should be facing inboard and that H1 close to the wall.
Confirm. H2 is inboard, H1 is next to the IEA wall.
Awesome.
I think I have it soft docked, but I'll let you confirm when you get over here, Nick.
And we copy.
With you.
Copy.
Alignment looks good on the H1 bolt.
Copy. And I think we're in a good soft dock position.
Okay, I'll get the PGT.
All right, so it seems like the soft docking was much easier than the undock. So we're glad it's the case. You can now, Nick, transfer the PGT with the hex driver to Anne, and Anne, I'll have settings for you.
Copy and work. Okay, I have the PGT in hand.
Copy, you have the PGT in hand, and your settings will be alpha 7, clockwise 2.
See? The 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, this is a good readback, and we're going for that H2 on the AP first.
The H2. Okay, one line visible and one line flush for H2. That come back up?
Yeah, status suspect now.
Status up?
Yeah, you pulled it up.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to try to push through the PGT.
Okay. Does that look for alignment?
Lined up.
Does that look?
Good alignment.
Okay. And I'm ready to drive.
Okay, so if you guys are confident that it's back in a soft dock position and you have one line flush, you can drive that H2. We expect 16 to 17 turns.
Copy. Oh, but torque that pretty quick. Let's check the alignment. See if H1's aligned.
Yeah, H1 is lined up over the cone.
Okay. I'm driving again. That's one line flush.
Bigger than me.
Come on, we got a torque and a green light at 9.7 with only 2.8 turns.
It's not in, yeah.
Yeah.
Copy, only 2.8 turns, standby 1.
And it's out of soft dock.
Yeah, we just released it from soft dock. Let's put it back down. Ready?
Ready.
There's black lines right there, not lined up. Like clock.
So this cone is lined up on this end.
Okay.
Right up there.
Okay. And so come on, Mike, go to drive H2 again.
Yes, you are go to reattempt. We've seen that behavior of the AP from previous EVAs, so you guys are free to wiggle it and make it as stable as you can and reattempt to drive that H2.
Copy. Okay, we have good turns.
Tracking.
Okay, we got 19 turns, 9.2, and a green torque.
Copy, 19 turns, 9.2 on the torque and a green light. That is a good install. You can now move your PGT to H1, and a reminder, we expect some clearance issues with the IEA wall, so Nick, you can assist Anne as needed.
Okay. Yeah, turn it to get to the trigger. I don't know if you can get to the trigger better.
If we turn it my way, then I can.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've got a...
There we go. You got a good position?
Oh.
Okay.
And your settings are going to be
one line is flush.
alpha 7, clockwise 2, 2 lines visible, 1 flush on H1.
2 lines visible, 1 flush on H1, alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
You are go to drive. We expect about 5 turns.
Is 5 turns, 9.1 on the torque, green light.
Copy, 5 turns, 9.1 on the torque and green light. We think it's a good install. And you guys are go for the connector. You can tend that PGT back to crew log bag 1, Nick, and then you can remove that connector cap, Nick, as well from that battery in slot 1, and you can start working on the TA clamps and the AP connector P4.
Copy. And Nick, I can probably grab this cap.
And the crew and flight controllers here in Mission Control confirming that the third of the 3 adapter plates now securely in place in its appropriate slot in the integrated electronics assembly. You're looking at Anne McClain with the red stripes on her legs. Nick Hague just above her as they work in tandem to complete the connections for this third and final adapter plate for this spacewalk in the servicing and upgrade of the 4A power channel on the P4 truss of the station. We're at 4 hours 54 minutes into the spacewalk. The crew continuing to work some 15 to 20 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point. The next step will be to connect an electrical cable from the adapter plate to the third of the new lithium-ion batteries that was robotically moved from the HTV external pallet, the cargo carrying pallet that brought those lithium-ion batteries and the adapter plates to the station last September. We already have 2 good lithium-ion batteries up and running. The connection of the adapter plate electrical cable to the third will complete the major objective of this mission.
You reach those TA clamps down there to your left?
I could try, yeah. I can't quite get a good angle on that connector cap.
Yeah, the connector, the other 2 were pretty stiff to try to pull out. I don't know if you can reach that third TA clamp.
I could try.
Okay. It takes a good tug just straight out. Get it lined up on the half circle, and then straight out. I think that's lined up, and you just got to pull. There you go. Trade you.
All right, I have my pod, my band, movement pendant.
Copy, no FOD, no good EMI band, good pins, lever over center. You are go to connect P4 to J4.
Okay. All right, we are mated over center. Come on.
We copy, it's mated over center. And you go to install that connector cap on the AP dummy connector J4.
Didn't work.
That's it, Nick. Look at that.
Yeah, getting into a better position.
And a quick heads up, you'll have to close those TA clamps because no battery is going to come cover that AP, so we'd like you to close those 3 TA clamps once you're done.
Okay.
Here's your rep coming back.
Okay, I got it.
You get those other 2 TA clamps. I got that one.
I can try.
Okay, just let me know. Get some of the caps on the dummy connector.
Okay, the cap is on you, and you are go install it on that J4 dummy on the AP.
Copy. Cap's installed.
Okay. Okay, copy, that's installed. So now you just have to close the TA clamps, and after that, and you can egress the APFR.
All 3 TA clamps are closed.
Copy, you can ingress the APFR, stow the ingress aid, and we'll take a glove and hap check from both of you.
So for EV1, I have no change to the earlier report, and I have a dry hap.
Copy, EV1.
EV2, no change, dry hap, and I've got a question.
Copy, EV2, go ahead.
Yeah, so the cable that runs from the adapter plate to the lithium-ion battery needs to be tended away from the adapter plate so the arm can install the battery, correct?
No, Nick, that's a negative. Nothing is going in that slot, so the AP cable can be just hanging in there. That's fine.
Okay. I'll make sure. So the cable is just nicely led right over the adapter plate.
And no, that's good config, but you were absolutely right to make sure. Thanks for that.
Okay.
And Anne and Nick, stand by when we're talking about what our next steps are, so we'll come back to you with a plan in just 1 minute.
Good.
Copy.
And I'm going to move down toward the crew lock bag.
Okay.
Okay, Anne and Nick, if you're ready, I can talk you through the plan that we have for you.
Ready?
Okay, so our next step obviously is to do some cleanup on the 2A side, and then what we're thinking is to send Anne actually back to do the Node 1 CBM cleaning. The reason for that is that we have WVS on Anne's suit, but not on you, Nick. So Nick, you'll stay behind, and you'll actually go to the 2A side with a wrench and take care of that battery H1 release in the slot number 2. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
That works.
Okay.
Nick, I'm going to need to take your bag, and you may need to take my bag.
All right. You may want to get the camera out of your bag first, though.
Sure.
And we'll have specific steps for you guys in a minute. The first thing you can do is retrieve those square scoops and stow them in crew log bag 1 if you haven't done so already.
Okay. Good work.
And big picture for you guys, and you will need the camera with you and crew log bag 2 before you leave. And Nick, you'll need the PGT that's currently on Anne. So we'll talk you through that more methodically. But for now, big picture, that's what we're thinking.
Okay. And did you want us to work on getting the scoops? I'm getting them right now already. Anything I can do? Help?
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 4 minutes into today's spacewalk by Anne McClain and Nick Hague. The third and final adapter plate has been installed in the appropriate slot in the integrated electronics assembly. No battery will be placed on that particular adapter plate that was carried into orbit on the HTV-7 cargo ship launched from southern Japan last September with the new lithium-ion batteries as well as the adapter plates. So the major work now has been done regarding the 4A power channel. The electrical systems officer here in Mission Control is in the process of conducting a health check on the third of the 3 lithium-ion batteries. Once that's complete, then over the next several hours and into the next shift of flight controllers later today, the 4A power channel will be brought back online in sequential fashion, and it will be back into the mix to provide power from the newly installed lithium-ion battery trio. Next up will be the 2A power channel. That'll be the focus of attention for Anne McClain and Christina Cook during next Friday's spacewalk, basically on the other side of the truss, on the P4 side, on the port 4 side, the left side of the truss of the International Space Station. There will be some preparatory work done by Anne McClain to stow some equipment over on the 2A side of the port 4 truss of the International Space Station in advance of next Friday's spacewalk, the second of the series of 3 spacewalks being conducted between now and April 8th. One get-ahead task that McClain will also be involved in here shortly will be the use of some Kapton tape to blot away some observed debris that's on the Earth-facing common berthing mechanism on the Unity module of the International Space Station.
So I'm going to hold here, Nick, because I don't want...
That is the port to which the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft is mated to. The next Cygnus cargo ship to be launched is scheduled for launch from the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia on April 17th, with a capture and berthing to the Nader common berthing mechanism on the Unity module on November 19th. So McClain will spend some time, since the crew continues to run slightly ahead of the timeline, to use the Kapton tape to blot this debris away from its observed location on the Nader Common Berthing Mechanism port.
Okay, so I have, oops. Goes back in the crew lock bag. Need the camera out of here.
Move my crew lock bag now.
And Tomas, do I need the ratchet with the 6-inch wobble or the 9-inch hex?
And EV2, you need the ratchet with the. You should need the ratchet from the crew lock bag, and that should be the 9-inch in there. It's a 6-inch wobble on the ratchet.
Okay, so I'm taking the ratchet wrench with the 6-inch wobble out of crew lock bag 1.
That is correct, Nick, and you can put that on the Me workstation ret.
Okay.
And Anne, once you have that camera, please let us know if it's in the bag, crew lock bag 2, or on you, and after that you can retrieve crew lock bag 2 and put it on your BRT. Okay, Anne and Nick, back with you after a short handover. If you could give us a status of the latest operations that you guys have performed.
I have crew lock bag 2 on my BRT, and I'm about to go over and pick up the camera from 1.
Copied. It's a good status, and you'll need to transfer your PGT to Nick as well.
And Tomas, I've got the 6-inch ratchet with the ratchet with the 6-inch wobble on my mini workstation. Headed to my mini workstation.
Copy, Nick. It's a good config, and you'll need to grab that PGT with a 6-inch wobble from Anne.
Roger.
Where do you want to meet here? I don't want to get too far back into your safety tether.
You want to meet at the corner? Okay, I'm going to put the camera on a red of mine to transfer to you.
Okay. I'm going to hold here. That PGT is ready to transfer.
Okay.
crew-lock bags feel small after carrying the adapter plates around.
Okay.
So things always get better.
Okay, Anne, I'm coming towards you.
Copy.
And Anne and Nick, let me talk you through the plan that we have again, and I'd like your opinion on this. I'd like to know how you feel. So the idea is for you, Anne, to grab that camera from crew lock bag 1 and then take crew lock bag 2 and go perform that Node 1 CBM cleaning task, which should take 30 minutes roughly. For you, Nick, once you get that PGT, you have to swap sockets, go to the 2A side, go to the 2A side and break torque on H1, and after that, would like you to go check those P6 whiffs, and eventually go back and do the SAB restraints. How does that sound, and how do you guys feel?
Well,
Yeah, I think that's a good plan for us.
yep. Tomas, I just want to clarify. So I'm going to take the PGT. I've got the 6-inch wobble. I'm going to go break torque on the slot 2 battery on the 2A side, and then work on the SAB restraint.
Nick, that is correct, but you need to swap your socket before. You need to swap to the 5/8 2-inch from the socket caddy in crew lock bag 1 before you head over to the other side.
All right, so I can do the SAB restraint on that side.
That is correct. On the 2A side, you'll need that PGT. There's only bolts and no tie downs.
Okay. I'm good with it.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
Okay, I just need to come up with the ret. Oh. Got a lot of stuff hanging on me.
I can take the camera first if that's easier.
Yeah.
Just grab that integral ret.
Yeah, you can grab that. It doesn't want to cooperate.
It does not.
There you go.
Okay.
On that. Yeah, I have a ret on the PGT. Release your ret.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got the PGT.
And as soon as you guys see yourselves in a good config, give me a call and we'll double check that everything's fine before you start translating.
Okay. Getting big set down here. Okay, Tomas, so my swing arm is now empty. I have a camera on my MIDI workstation and crew lock bag 2 on my BRT.
And that is a good config. You are go to translate back towards the airlock. And don't forget to pick up your green hook on the way back.
I copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. 5 hours, 17 minutes into today's spacewalk. All of the major objectives of this power upgrade work for the 4A power channel on the P4 truss of the International Space Station has been completed with the relocation and installation of 3 adapter plates and the connection of electrical cabling between the adapter plates and 3 newly relocated lithium-ion batteries. All of that equipment carried up on the last H-2 transfer vehicle cargo ship launched by JAXA last September. In addition, old nickel hydrogen batteries have been installed on top of these adapter plates in the integrated electronics assembly grid for permanent storage on the International Space Station. In all, 12 nickel hydrogen batteries will have been removed from their old locations during this spacewalk and the one a week from today by Anne McClain and Christina Cook, when they moved to the opposite side of the P4 truss to work on the 2A power channel of the International Space Station's power system. Only 9 of those 12 nickel hydrogen batteries can be returned to Earth for disposal on the next HTV cargo ship that arrives at the complex. 3 will be permanently stored on these adapter plates in the integrated electronics assembly on the station. So with that major work having been completed with relatively few issues, the crew continues to work ahead of the timeline, and as a result, some bonus work is in the offing. Anne McClain will be conducting some cleaning of some minor foreign object debris noted in the common berthing mechanism, the docking port on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module of the International Space Station, to which Northrop Grumman's Cygnus cargo ships are installed, the next one of which scheduled to arrive at the station on April 19th. Nick Hague is going to move to the opposite side of where most of the work has been conducted today on the P4 truss of the International Space Station to restrain some, to tie back some launch restraints on the solar array blanket box that saw the P4 solar arrays deployed from some years ago after that truss segment was delivered to the International Space Station. Then there'll be a further evaluation of how we're doing time-wise. We think we have about an hour and 10 minutes left of productive work for the 2 spacewalkers out there before they would have to wrap things up and begin to make their way back to the airlock to conclude today's spacewalk, the 214th in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Inches on the socket caddy, good pull test.
Okay, Nick, did you say you had a successful socket swap?
I'm halfway through, 6 inches on the socket caddy with a good pull test.
Okay.
And socket swap complete. Good pull test on the 5/8.
We copy socket swap complete. So Nick, now you'll translate over to the 2 alpha side. Reminder for you, the BGA on that side will be rotating. So watch for contact between your PLIS and the ECU or the SSU. The best strategy we can think of is to stay within the volume of the IEA at all times. How copy?
I copy all. Watch out for the BGA. Stay inside the IEA the whole time.
That is correct, and you have a go to translate to the 2 alpha side. The slot you're interested in, it's the outboard middle row nickel hydrogen battery.
En route.
I'm stopping and picking up my green hook.
Copy, and you're picking up your green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap here as we hit the 5-hour, 24-minute mark in the spacewalk. Anne McClain making her way to the Unity module of the International Space Station to do an inspection of and cleaning of the common berthing mechanism, which is the docking port on the Earth-facing side of that module, to which Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft are linked up to, the next one of which is scheduled to be launched from the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia on April 17th, with a capture and installation schedule for April 19th. Some minor debris was observed there during routine video inspections of that area in recent weeks, and so we'll take care of that in short order, as Anne McClain will use a tool with Kapton tape to dab away that debris. Meanwhile, Nick Hague is going to be concentrating on the 2A power channel solar array blanket box that saw one of the huge solar arrays deployed from years ago when the P4 or Port 4 truss segment of the station was delivered to the International Space Station. He is planning to tie back some launch restraints just to get those out of the way. All of the other objectives of this mission, this spacewalk, have been completed as McClain and Hague worked very quickly through all of their procedures throughout the day to relocate adapter plates, to move nickel hydrogen batteries, the old batteries for the 4A power channel, onto those adapter plates, and to electrically connect the newly installed adapter plates in the integrated electronics assembly for the 4A power channel at the P4 truss to the newly installed lithium-ion batteries that had been robotically moved into their appropriate slots earlier in the week by the robotics team here in Mission Control and at the Canadian Space Agency. A health check is being conducted on the third of the 3 new lithium-ion batteries. All indications are that it is in good shape, just like the first 2 that were checked out earlier in today's spacewalk. Later today and tonight, the 4A power channel will be brought back online, and new batteries will be servicing the International Space Station. All of this work to be replicated over the next week and next Friday, when Anne McClain and Christina Cook are scheduled to venture outside to upgrade the power system on the 2A channel of the Port 4 truss segment.
To break my safety tether pack, unless I go back out and kind of swap positions with him at some point. But I think if I put a waist tether down, lock it out, and I can unhook and rehook my head hook.
And Anne, if you want to break your safety tether pack, we'll need you to put down a waist tether. Make sure that it's closed, locked, black on black before you do that.
Okay.
And the other step that we might want you to take is to tether to the reel so that it doesn't reel away from you.
Sure. Okay. So I have my left waist tether to 3652. Is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That is connected to my left D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
We copy. That's a good config for your waist tether on 3652.
Okay, and I'm now hooking a ret to the reel. I have a ret that's locked out on my anchor reel.
Copy the ret on your anchor reel. Reel.
Okay, and I'm going to undo my red hook and redo it.
Copy. You are go to undo your red hook. And Nick, how are you doing on that translation to the 2 alpha side?
Yep, I'm in place. I just want to confirm I'm over the right battery. I'm right next to WIF 25.
We're checking, but that's that middle battery on the outboard section of the 2 alpha side of the P4 IEA.
Yep, I think I'm there. It's dark out. Just want to be sure.
Okay, come on. My red hook is now back attached to my left veering extender. Gate closed, starter lock, black on black.
Copy, Anne. Your your red hook is back to your steering extender, locked black on black. This is a good config. And Nick, this WIF 25 is the good one. You are at the right spot. You can now please check for us the serial number of that battery.
Work. Serial number 0064.
We copy. This is a good number. And now using the ratchet wrench, you are go to brake torque and release H1 about 8 turns.
Brake and release H1, 8 turns. Work.
And to be on the safe side, H1 is towards the IEA wall.
Roger.
Nick Hague is at the P4 truss of the station on the 2A power channel side, working with a pistol grip tool to release some bolts and tie back launch restraints on the solar array blanket box, within which the P4 solar arrays were housed before being deployed following their delivery to the International Space Station.
And EV1 and 2, we are 5 minutes to sunrise.
Okay, thank you.
5 to sunrise.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 32 minutes into the spacewalk. Anne McClain and Nick Hague are working their way through a couple of get-ahead tasks as they begin to head into the home stretch of today's spacewalk, the first of 3 that Expedition 59 crew members will conduct over the next 17 days. Continuing to receive questions on hashtag AskNASA. The latest questions: what time zone is used on the International Space Station? The answer is Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. That's the time that was selected when the space station was first conceived because of all of the various time zones that the international partnership uses for its various control centers around the world. It was designed to try to standardize a time zone usage for the various nationalities and the various control centers, and the engineers working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time, the same time that you would find in London, for example, is the time zone used on the International Space Station. Also, the next question: can the astronauts wear glasses or contacts? The answer is yes. Corrective lenses are used from time to time if the astronauts need it. In fact, if you watched any of our earlier coverage today during spacewalk preparations, you'll see it again once the astronauts are back inside the Quest airlock. Christina Koch, for example, wears glasses, and she will be venturing outside the International Space Station with glasses on underneath her helmet a week from today.
Come on, back down toward the airlock.
Copy, Anne. You're back down at the airlock, so now you'll translate down on those airlock tanks back to Node 1.
Okay. Let's see where Nick's tether's laying here.
And Anne, once you get close to Node 1, I have a few cautions and warnings to read you, so please give me a call.
Okay.
One of the additional tasks that Nick Hague is involved in the time remaining in today's spacewalk is to use the pistol grip tool and a ratchet wrench to break torque, basically to ease the torque on one of the nickel hydrogen batteries on the 2A side, the keel side of the Port 4 truss of the International Space Station, the outboard side, that will be the focus of attention for the work to be conducted a week from today by Anne McClain and Christina Koch during the next spacewalk as part of the power upgrades for that power channel, the 2A power channel of the International Space Station.
Your CBM, a warning for you, do not touch the FOD with your EMU glove, even through the tape. Couple cautions. Minimize loads into the center disc cover, handholds, the pedals, latches, and RTLs that do not meet EVA translation or tether loads. Avoid contact with CBM sealing surfaces. Do not use pedals as handholds unless both launch locks are engaged, which is not the case for now. And do not push or scrape debris into the bolt, but away from the bolt. Do you copy all?
Understand.
On H1, I have broken torque. I have applied more than 8 turns. The status indicator shows unlocked, but with the ratchet, I'm having trouble feeling any kind of skipping on the threads.
Okay, any quick copy? And Nick, that's expected. So with that, we think you can move on to the 2A SAB restraints. So it's going to be, you're going to have to translate back forward and then inboard, so starboard, because they're kind of in the opposite corner of where you're at right now.
Okay, copy that. Headed that way.
So with the major work on the 4A power channel having been completed in fairly short order today, the crew is working its way methodically through a few get-ahead tasks. Nick Hague having just broken torque on one of the bolts for one of the nickel hydrogen batteries that will be relocated next Friday during the next spacewalk to be conducted by Anne McClain and Christina Koch. He is now going to complete a get-ahead task to tie back some launch restraints on a solar array blanket box on the 4A side of the Port 4 truss segment of the International Space Station. Anne McClain, meanwhile, will be at the Earth-facing port of the Unity module to conduct some work to clean foreign debris, just a few items, just a few particles of debris that were noted on the common berthing mechanism on that docking port, to which the next Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft will be mated on April 19th following its launch from the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia on a Northrop Grumman Antares rocket.
It's not required, but maybe useful to BRT. We'll leave it to you, and as you probably saw already, there's a cable on that handrail that you might want to BRT to. First step, if you can, would be to take a couple pictures of that FOD if you have time.
Copy, I have time.
And Anne would still want, sorry to interrupt, but we still want a glove and hat check from you.
Copy and work. Left glove, no change. The base of that index finger is still pulled up. Right glove, no change, and a dry hap.
Copy your gloves of no change, and you have a dry hap, and you are free to get into the body position you want to give us a couple pictures of that FOD on the CBM.
Okay.
And if you need to temp stow your crew log bag, one piece of advice we have is to temp stow it on the longer handrail, which is starboard forward of the CBM, and BRT to the shorter handrail, which is right starboard of the CBM, but that's really up to you at that point.
Okay.
Hey, Toma, I found the SAPs on the 2A side, put them down a BRT so I can drive.
Copy, Nick, and whenever you're ready to drive them, I'll have PGT settings for you.
Okay, Toma, I got a series of pictures. I'm BRT down, and I'm retrieving the kept-on tape scraper.
All right, and that is awesome.
Okay, Toma, I'm ready for settings.
All right, Nick, your settings on those clamshell bolts, your setting is going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, with the 2-inch rigid.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
That's a good readback. And Anne, if you need words on how to clean that FOD, I have them ready for you.
Okay, I think I can take those. Go ahead.
Okay, so using that pull tab, the first thing we want you to do is to lift the tape cover to expose the sticky side of the captain tape scraper. And using that sticky side, press down evenly onto the FOD, and then let us know what the result of that is.
Copy. Didn't work.
Come on, I'm ready to drive.
Yes, Nick, so you'll have to depress the bolt head, because there's a spring force in there, and with that, you are ready to drive those bolts 10 to 12 turns.
Copy and work.
Okay, Tamar is pressing straight down and back up. It's a FOD on my scraper, and it is taped, sealed in there. I see nothing remaining on that sealing surface.
And this is awesome. We rejoice down here at MCC. With that, you can stow that scraper in crew log bag 2. Make sure it's all nice and clean on the sealing surfaces, and then perform a WVS survey.
Good work.
And Thomas, the first of the stab bolts, the one most toward the center of the IEA, is driven. Actual torque 12.1, 10 turns, good green light.
Copy 12.1, 10 turns, good green lights. You are go for the one towards the wall of the IEA.
Copy.
5 hours, 45 minutes into the spacewalk, Anne McClain, with a quick dab of Kapton tape, has cleaned up a very small piece of observed debris on the Earth-facing common berthing mechanism on the Unity module, so that's all complete. Nick Hague continues to work on the tieback of launch restraints on the solar array blanket box at the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
And, well, as many as you can right now.
Copy and work.
Second stab bolt driven, 12.2 actual, 10 turns, good green light.
Copy 12.2, 10 turns, good green light. We think it's successful, so you can try and see if they're moving, but they shouldn't be going anywhere.
Nope, they're fixed down.
Okay, Nick, this is a good SAP restraint install. We'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Copy. B2, no change to the gloves, dry hap.
Copy, no change to the gloves, dry hap. You are go to translate back to the 4 alpha side. Again, mind the BGA that's rotating, and be cognizant of your safety tether routing.
Copy.
Okay, Tamai, the video of that whole sealing surface that's exposed is from this pedal.
We copy in. And Anne, what we think right now for you, since you have the camera in hand and you're close by the airlock, it's the imagery for the V-guide bag or imagery of the airlock thermal cover, whichever one you think is more convenient. We'd like you to go for that.
Okay.
And I have some cleanup steps as well on that Node 1 CBM to make sure we leave things in a proper config.
Copy.
So on that,
ready for those steps?
okay, Anne, on that Node 1 CBM, verify please that the CBCS flap is open, snapped, and velcroed, and we see that on your WVS, so don't spend too much time on that.
Okay, I concur.
Verify that the sealing surface is clear. You've already done that. Verify that the CBM pedal locks are released. So it's going to be just the one you were over, which is on that starboard aft pedal. We want you to check your starboard-most pedal lock on that closed pedal right next to the one that's open. That is it.
Yep. It is lifted. It is released.
Okay, so with that, you can head back to the airlock with your crew log bag and your camera, and then we'll take your words on what you think you can get the easiest, the V-guide bag imagery or the thermal cover imagery.
See, I think if I set up on the forward side of the airlock, I might be able to grab both.
Okay.
Anne McClain working her way through a series of get-ahead tasks with the major accomplishment of this spacewalk, the relocation of adapter plates, old nickel-hydrogen batteries, and the hookup of new lithium-ion batteries having been completed some time ago by McClain and Nick Hague. As we approach the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk, 2 items that McClain will attempt to complete here as part of the get-ahead task complement will be imagery of the so-called V-guide bag that was put out at the beginning of today's spacewalk at the S0 truss, the midpoint of the backbone of the International Space Station, containing alignment guides that would be used if we ever get to the point where we have to replace a radiator on either the port 1 or starboard 1 truss segments of the International Space Station. She also will likely take some imagery, capture some imagery, digital imagery, of the airlock thermal cover that pops open and is closed at the beginning of and completion of every spacewalk. That thermal cover has been in operation since the airlock was delivered to the International Space Station on the STS-104 mission of the shuttle Atlantis back in the summer of 2001.
I'm in position for the SAB.
Copy, Nick. You're in position for the SAB. And first step for you is to assess and correct, if necessary, the AP cable on the lithium-ion battery 5 to the AP alpha and tend over that lithium-ion pair. It doesn't matter too much because we won't get the wire ties in there, but we'd like to have your words.
And the cable looks like it's staying well out of the envelope of the PFCS.
Good words.
The International Space Station flying 248 miles over the South Pacific as we are just minutes away from hitting the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the first of 3 over the next 17 days by Expedition 59 crew members, providing upgrades for the power system on the International Outpost, as well as redundancy for other robotic and communication systems.
And Nick, we expect 10 to 12 turns.
And I stopped. I got a 7.8 low torque. Didn't brace it well enough.
Copy. You can readjust and try again on those bolts, Nick.
Hey, 12.0. 10 turns. Good green light. That's on the inboardmost restraint.
Copy. These are good numbers on the inboard most, and you can move to the next one.
So I snapped a series of pictures of the guide bag kind of from the airlock. Did you want me to wait to open the thermal cover before taking some of those pictures, or do you want me to go ahead and do that?
Okay, and thanks for the V-guide bags. And actually, there's some pictures of the thermal cover in a fully closed position that we want you to take. We'd like to see the entire thermal cover and the hinge area in the closed position.
Copy.
Tomorrow, second set bolts, 11.9, 10 turns, good green light.
Copy. 11.9, 10 turns, good green light. That is a good install on those bolts.
Nick Hague continuing to work a series of bolts to tie back launch restraints for the solar array blanket box at the 4A position, the power channel position at the P4 truss of the station. Meanwhile, you're looking at Anne McClain, who's at the Quest airlock, who shortly will take imagery for engineering analysis of the airlock's thermal cover, which is used to expose the hatch to the crew lock section of the International Space Station, and which obviously provides a protective cover for that hatch when spacewalks are not being conducted. Nick Hague is wrapping up work at his particular location after manipulating bolts for launch restraint tieback capability for the solar array blanket box for the 4A arrays on the P4 truss of the station. Meanwhile, Anne McClain is taking engineering photography of the airlock's thermal cover. The two will begin some cleanup work, take inventory of their tools and tethers, and shortly will make their way for ingress back into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock as their spacewalk begins to wind to a close as we approach the 6-hour mark.
And Anne and Nick, we're back with you.
Okay. Hello. Okay, Tom, I'm ready for lock bag 1 inventory.
Okay, Nick, we're with you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have a pocket caddy, a 6-inch wobble on a D-ring. I've got a square scoop on an integral ret. I've got 2 square scoops on an adjustable on a ret series. I've got a long duration tie-down tether. That's all that's inside the bag. And I've got the wobble on my mini workstation.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Anne McClain and Nick Hague. The crew has worked extremely efficiently and ahead of the timeline all day in providing the upgrades and the relocation of adapter plates and batteries associated with the power upgrades for the 4A power channel of the P4 truss of the International Space Station. While we look at Nick Hague taking inventory of all of his tools before heading back to the Quest airlock, we have time for a few more questions at #AskNASA before we start to wind up the spacewalk for today. The first question, do the astronauts on spacewalks still have to get their 2-hour workouts in on spacewalk days? And the answer is no. They're exonerated from that. The spacewalk itself is plenty of exercise for them, as especially in their hands. They have gotten quite a bit of physical exertion in during the course of getting suited up, getting prepared for the spacewalk, and then moving out into the vacuum of space to conduct all of their work. So they will get a much deserved day off tomorrow before they move back into their workout regimen on Sunday. Next question, how long did it take to build the International Space Station? The station continues to be a work in progress. The first element of the International Space Station, which was the Zarya module, or the functional cargo block as the Russians call it, was launched on November 20th, 1998 on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. So we just passed the 20th anniversary of the start of the assembly of the space station, and although most of the major components are in place, we continue to add other components, smaller components, not large modules. The Russians do have several modules that are in the offing in the years ahead. So the space station continues to expand, both in capability for research as well as for its ability to support groundbreaking research and engineering work to pave the way for future space exploration. And finally, is there internet on the space station for the astronauts to contact family that are on the ground? They do have an internet capability through the onboard network that enables them to communicate with families on the ground. They also have an internet-based, an IP protocol phone called the IP phone that enables them to call loved ones and for them to converse on an almost daily basis when we have a KU band or high data rate communications capability available as the International Space Station orbits the Earth. And we want to thank you and everybody around the world for all the questions that they have sent to us. Very informative questions, and we hope that we've been able to provide some informative answers for you in your expanded knowledge of what goes on with our crew members up on orbit aboard the International Space Station.
And Anne, if you have a minute, you can stow that PGT in your swing arm because it's kind of flying around.
Okay. Yeah, I see it came off the back. So you come off, if you don't mind, I could just put the crew lock bag in the crew lock.
Yeah, that sounds like a very good plan, and you'll go to attach that crew lock bag back to the gearing extender.
Copy. Work.
Okay, tomorrow I've got the crew lock bag packed up. I'm ready to throw it on my BRT. Did you want to troubleshoot now, or you want me to load up and then we'll troubleshoot?
Yeah, all you have to do is to paracycle your WVS. So we'll have to coordinate for both of you to go off on the WVS, you, Nick, and you, Anne, as well. And once that is done, we'll come back on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in a good position to do that.
Yep, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, so you guys go ahead and coordinate between yourselves.
Okay, and I can go off now.
Okay.
Rick, you ready?
I'm off.
And Anne, you should stay off, and Nick, you can come back on after, let's say, 5-10 seconds.
Okay, I am off.
Okay, I'm going to wait a few potatoes, and then...
The flight controllers are doing a quick test on the wireless vision system, or the helmet cams, that have been blocked for portions of today's spacewalk because of structural interference in the location that they're working at the P4 truss of the complex. This view of Nick Hague as he begins to wind down all of his work, making sure all of his tools are stowed for return to the Quest airlock. He'll be heading back to the airlock a very, very short time from now. Anne McClain is already at the airlock, having wrapped up some final engineering photography of the thermal cover of the airlock that you see, that circular apparatus on the right side of the image here. The International Space Station is tracking up the east coast of South America, moving from southwest and northeast, soon to fly almost directly over Buenos Aires.
Copy.
I have the crew lock bag on my BRT.
Copy, Nick. You are go. We'll have a look around on that work site. We think it's clean. Please tend those sap bolts back over the battery, and then you are go to translate back inboard to the airlock. And your safety tether is, I think, behind your legs.
And copy all. The sap bolts restraints or the saps are tended away from the PFCS towards the new lithium-ion battery.
That is good, Nick. Thanks for that.
So with that, Nick Hague now will make his way back to the Quest airlock. We are now at the 6-hour, 11-minute mark into the spacewalk. He and Anne McClain will soon be entering the crew lock section of Quest. Will close the hatch to wrap up today's activities. They then will conduct an inspection of each other, some systems checks before they begin the repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest that will mark the formal end of today's spacewalk. Our coverage of today's excursion by Anne McClain and Nick Hague will continue, however, through the time that the two astronauts are back inside the equipment lock of Quest and having doffed their helmets. David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency and NASA astronaut Christina Cook will be assisting McClain and Hague as they make their way back inside the equipment lock section. We'll take photography of their suits and gloves and help them doff their helmets and the rest of their spacesuit apparatus.
And we see the thermal cover closed.
And this view of Nick Hague as he makes his way down the truss of the station back to the Quest airlock. His work all but completed for today. He'll be rejoining Anne McClain there as they make their way back inside. Hague will be first inside, followed by McClain before they close the hatch. And again, the exact duration of today's spacewalk will be measured. The clock will stop at the point at which we get the start of the repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest.
My green hook location tomorrow.
Copy, and you can retrieve that green hook.
Okay, all.
How you doing, Nick?
Doing okay. I'm just trying to get my tether out in front of me.
And Nick, did you have a chance to put your eyes on the bridge, and can you confirm that the ingress aid is folded? I mean, you said that before, but just as a double check.
I'll double check for you. Ingress aid is folded back.
Copy, thank you.
I've got my safety tether wrapped around my back, I think.
Yeah, Nick, from here it looks like it's going around your right leg, kind of in between, and around your left leg.
The one that's bent or the one that's straight?
The one that's straight, the left one.
Okay.
So if you go a little bit back to the MT and you kind of do a pirouette, that should solve it. It seems like you almost get it. Almost.
Let me know if you want another set of eyes.
There we go.
Yeah, you got it. Good job.
Excellent. Well done.
I'll check it before I get out of here. Green hook is up.
Copy, you have your green hook. And Anne, how are you doing? We haven't seen you move in a while. You're doing good?
I'm doing great, thanks.
You know, there's the Earth right behind you.
I noticed. Beautiful.
Okay. Brakes are released.
Copy, Nick. The brakes are released. You can finish the translation back to the airlock.
Okay, on my way.
This is Mission Control Houston at the 6-hour, 20-minute mark. Nick Hague just about at the airlock hatch to the Quest airlock, where he's about to join Anne McClain, and the two of them then will make their way back inside, close the hatch, and begin the process of repressurizing the Quest airlock to mark the official end of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk is measured from the time the crew places their suits on battery power, which occurred at 7:01 a.m. Central Time this morning, to airlock repressurization. A Russian spacewalk out of the Pirs docking compartment, on the other hand, is measured from hatch open to hatch close.
Up with the sea disperser around.
See ya. Down here. Come on, your go. I'll open the thermal cover again.
Go.
Copy. Okay, thermal cover is open.
Copy, thermal cover open.
Move over this way. Okay.
That's straight. Okay.
I'll put the bag in first.
Yeah. Use my mind. Try to drag it in. Lead with it. Okay, stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston as Nick Hague and Anne McClain begin the final steps that will lead to the closing of the outer thermal cover that you see they're working with right now, and then ultimately the closing of the hatch to the Quest airlock. A very successful day out in space for Expedition 59 as McClain and Hague did all of their work to relocate adapter plates upon which old nickel hydrogen batteries have now been stowed permanently, and the hookup of 3 new lithium-ion batteries that were delivered to the International Space Station last fall. This completes the upgrades, the power upgrades for the 4A channel, which will be brought back online later today after some additional testing and some of the procedures by the electrical systems officers here in Mission Control to ensure that all of those systems are up and running in good shape. This sets the stage for the next spacewalk in 1 week, next Friday, March 29th, by Anne McClain and Christina Cook, in which they'll perform similar work on the opposite side of the P4 truss, on the keel side, if you will, as they upgrade the 2A power channel to the International Space Station.
We copied. That's a good config. So with that, you can retrieve your anchor hook and stow on your mini workstation.
And just a programming reminder, you saw it on the screen a moment ago, but our coverage of next Friday's spacewalk to continue the upgrading of power systems on the International Space Station will again begin same time as today at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Ingress the airlock.
Good work. You want to try to get your legs to go a little, it'll clear for me. There you go. I got your foot. You're just kind of stuck on me.
Got it. Let me get the thermal cover here.
Okay.
And Nick, we see the data from your suit looks nominal, so we're gonna go ahead and press on with our hatch ingress operations.
Okay. Sounds good.
Most of my cover is coming back.
They said it would.
In that theory.
Okay, what do you need me to stabilize your feet at all?
I was just trying to get in a little more.
Okay, I'll make some room. There you go.
Thermal cover is closed.
We copy and we see the thermal cover is closed. Next step for you guys is to remove the SCU from the stowage pouch, remove that DCM cover, and connect the SCU to the DCM and check that it's locked.
Copy.
Look into that space.
All right, this one's mine.
Got it? Now it's wrapped around the crew lock bag. Hang on. And the PGT. Okay, is that enough slack for you to...
Thanks.
Okay. Just watch going too far south, you're going to knock open the thermal cover.
I
Give you some more space to get in. There you go.
Yeah, my feet need to go more towards the IV hatch.
Okay. I can pull you this way a little.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, and some hours are trying to get situated. Connect the UAA, or the SCUs, is that correct?
Copy, yes. The next step is to connect your SCU to your DCMs.
The EV-1 has SCU connected and locked.
Doesn't work.
Copy, Anne.
You connected and locked.
The crew getting situated inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Once again, Mary Lawrence, the flight director for today's spacewalk, as she will be a week from today for the next power upgrade spacewalk. On the right side of your screen, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency has been your spacewalk communicator throughout the course of the day today, about to hand off communications chores to astronaut Tracy Caldwell Dyson.
Message.
And you water off. She was off message.
Copy, EV-1 and 2. We now have to wait 2 minutes after you've performed that action before we can close the hatch.
Copy.
Copy.
And Anne and Nick, we have our 2 minutes clock. So Anne, you're going to verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware. And once that is done, verify the handle position is per hatch decal.
Thank you. You want me to hold your feet down?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get on top of them.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and closing the hatch.
You go to close and lock the hatch.
Yes, I'm about to check the handle is for the decal for latching. The latch is full counterclockwise to hard stop, and the left lever is closed. The hatch is closed for the decal.
And as you just heard from Anne McClain, the Quest airlock hatch is closed. Next step will be the work to begin the repressurization of the Quest airlock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
So as a first step, I'd like you guys to check that your SCU is connected to your DCM.
V1 SCU is connected to DCM.
V2 connected locked.
Yes. Check that the EV hatch is closed and locked.
The hatch is closed and locked, and the locked latch is indicating locked.
Nick, on the UIA, check that oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, 2 of them are open.
Oxygen 1 and 2, both open.
Copy. Nick, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2, 2 of them, to the on position and check the according lights.
I got on 1, good light. On 2, good light.
And Nick, check that power EV1 2 volts is 18 to 19.
I got 18.6 on EV1 and EV2.
Copy. And you can now, both of you on your DCM, switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Is power to SCU, got the tone.
Power to SCU.
All right, Anne and Nick, I'll now hand you over to David so you can transition from a French accent to another. We're very proud of you. You've made lots of people happy here. I see smiles on the ground. This is a day you will remember for a long time. Repress safely. The EVA is not over until you're out of the LCVG and the suits are stowed. But congrats on getting all the objectives and more.
Thank you, and thank you for your help today and the entire team down there. I know you've all waited a long time to get those batteries in this config. We were happy to play a part for it. Thank you for all the support. This one belongs to all of you that had a part in pulling it together. It is no small feat to do one of these successfully. There's certainly no routine day in spaceflight, and we appreciate all of the efforts so that we could execute this mission safely.
And thank you for your words, Anne, and talk to you soon.
Nick, Anne, welcome back.
Hey, David.
Both of you on your DCM. Action. O2 actuator to press.
EV1 is in press. DCM says press.
Copy EV1 press.
O2, EV2, O2 actuator in press.
Copy EV2 press. And check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
EV hatch MPEV is closed.
I will now proceed to repress. I will start very gently. You let me know if we can increase the rates.
We copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The clock now stopped on today's spacewalk. Repressurization of the Quest airlock has begun at 1:40 p.m. Central Time. The spacewalk, the 214th in support of space station assembly and maintenance, now concluded at an elapsed time of 6 hours, 39 minutes. Again, the spacewalk end time of 1:40 p.m. Central Time. The spacewalk elapsed time 6 hours, 39 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest airlock is underway. Everything in good shape for the two spacewalkers, Anne McClain and Nick Hague, who are inside the crew lock section of Quest. The repressurization being monitored by Canadian Space Agency astronaut David St. Jacques along with Christina Cook. In the equipment lock section, you see them separated by the hatchway. That hatch will be open as soon as the crew lock section is fully repressurized to 14.7 pounds per square inch. Some statistics, as we always do at the end of every spacewalk. This was the 214th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. The first spacewalk conducted at the International Space Station this year, the first of Anne McClain's career and for Nick Hague as well, both totaling 6 hours and 39 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 6 hours, 39 minutes. The 214 spacewalks now conducted at the International Space Station have totaled 1,341 hours and 39 minutes of spacewalking time, or the equivalent of 55 days, 21 hours, and 39 minutes. Again, this is the first of 3 spacewalks for Expedition 59. Actually, the first of 4. There will be a Russian spacewalk conducted in late May by Oleg Kononenko and Alexei Ovchinin. So of the 4 spacewalks planned for Expedition 59, this was the first, obviously out of the Quest airlock. Again, today's spacewalk began at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, concluded at 1:40 p.m. Central Time for an elapsed time of 6 hours, 39 minutes.
How's the rate right now for you?
2's good.
2's good.
for EVs. We should be up around 3.0.
Copy.
Copy.
These are approaching 4.0. Expected tone.
Copy.
Copy.
EVs, as we approach 5.0, heads up, I will stop the repress.
Copy.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Christina Cook and David St. Jacques in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock as they monitor the methodical repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest, where just beyond that hatchway reside Anne McClain and Nick Hague, having completed a 6-hour, 39-minute spacewalk today, in which they relocated adapter plates, moved old nickel hydrogen batteries for storage on the truss of the International Space Station, and hooked up brand new lithium-ion batteries that are in the final stage of their checkout. The 4A power channel that was the subject of today's upgrades will be brought back online and fully operational later tonight. Turning our attention to next week, preparations already underway for the second in the series of these spacewalks that will be conducted by Anne McClain and Christina Cook to conduct similar work on the 2A power channel on the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
259 millimeters mercury. Hatch synchronization valve is off, OFF. We're going to wait 2 minutes for crew duct pressure to stabilize.
Copy.
Copy all.
While the repressurization of the Quest airlock is underway, the ballistics officer here in Mission Control, known as the TOPO, or Trajectory Operations Officer, is completing final preparations for a reboost of the International Space Station using the ISS 71 Progress thrusters on the Russian segment of the station. That's scheduled for just after 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. That reboost will put the International Space Station at the right altitude with the correct phasing for the scheduled launch of the next unpiloted Russian Progress resupply vehicle on April 4th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan that will execute the second two-orbit rendezvous to reach the International Space Station just 3 hours after its launch.
EVs, we're now in the middle of the 1-minute leak check.
Copy. Copy.
As per the procedures, Hague and McClain have conducted leak checks on their suits inside the crew lock section of Quest. Everything in good shape. That'll set the stage for the resumption of the repressurization of the Quest airlock.
1 minute elapsed. Delta P, 0. Good leak check. EVs, check that your glove heaters are off. OFF.
EV-1, glove heaters are off.
2, glove heaters are off.
Gloves off. Check gloves for contamination.
EV-1 has no signs of contamination.
Beyond 1.
EV-2, I've just got some dark grease on mine. Otherwise, they're clean.
Copy, dark grease on 2. EVs, action. Take O2 actuator to IV.
EV-1 is in IV.
2's in IV.
B, both in IV. I'm going to resume repress at a higher rate. Let me know if it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That rate.
Good rate.
Good rate.
Good.
Comfortable?
Comfortable.
Comfortable.
And EVs, heads up, as we reach end of repress and DPT goes to 0, you can expect a tone.
Copy.
You copy.
EVs are going to proceed with hatch opening. Nick, make sure that your helmet is clear of the hatch mechanisms.
Okay, I am clear.
The wear is also clear.
Everything is pulled back.
The crew lock section of the Quest airlock has now been repressurized to 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure. David St. Jacques now will open up the hatch, and he and Christina Cook will work in tandem to bring back inside the airlock Nick Hague and Christina and Anne McClain, who completed a 6-hour, 39-minute spacewalk at 1:40 p.m. Central Time. All of their objectives and get-ahead tasks having been completed. And the hatch now open. Anne McClain will be put on the side wall of the equipment lock on the right side of your screen. Nick Hague will be on the left side.
Houston Station, hatch is open. Ready for your steps on 4.
We copy, David, and step 4 is in work.
It works. Nick, do you think we need to clean your gloves before you come in?
No.
Oh, looks okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to first take Nick out, and first we're going to take your safer away.
Okay. And I don't know if you can reach my waist tether, or David wants to dive in there and get it. My waist tether?
Yeah.
No, I was talking to them.
Yeah, he's got it.
St. Jacques and Cook now moving Nick Hague back inside the equipment lock. He'll be placed on the rack on the side wall of the equipment lock on the left side of your screen. First, they'll take the safer unit, the simplified aid for EVA rescue unit, off of his suit. That will be stowed, as will be the case for Anne McClain a few moments from now.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to put you on the air. Next time we're going to take you out and take off your safer.
This is Mission Control Houston. Anne McClain now back inside the equipment lock, as was the case a moment ago with Nick Hague, who's on the left side of your screen. McClain's simplified aid for EVA rescue jetpack will be removed. She'll be placed on the right sidewall. There will be photos taken of the suits, their gloves for engineering analysis, and then the crew will doff their helmets and after a period of time get out of those suits and have a chance for a bite to eat and a chance to relive the day's activities with their crewmates. Again, the spacewalk began at 7:01 a.m. Central Time as McClain and Hague in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock placed their suits on battery power to mark the official start of the spacewalk. They moved outside, quickly set up all of their tools and equipment, and went to work with the relocation of a series of adapter plates that were brought up on the Japanese HTV cargo ship, a resupply ship that arrived at the station last September with adapter plates and new lithium-ion batteries to upgrade the station's power system. The adapter plates were installed one by one in the integrated electronics assembly grid at the P4 truss of the International Space Station. Old nickel hydrogen batteries were mounted on top of those plates, and electrical cables were hooked up between the adapter plates and the new lithium-ion batteries to complete the work associated with the upgrade of the station's systems for its 4A power channel. Similar work will be conducted next Friday when McClain and Christina Cook move outside for the second spacewalk in this series to service the 2A power channel on the P4 truss of the station. Our coverage next Friday, as it was today, will begin at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalk itself scheduled to begin a few minutes later than was the case today, approximately 7:20 a.m. Central, 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, because of a difference in communications coverage between today's spacewalk and the one in the offing next Friday.
Good on one. Ready to copy.
Real simple. It's just some inspections on Anne. We want you to check her. This is around your step 50. And we'll want you to check the connection between her biomed pigtail and the signal conditioner. just we lost data on her during the EVA, and we're just trying to troubleshoot, so it would help us out. Tell us what you see there. And then on Nick, and this is around your step 26, going back up, when you disconnect the EMU TV power cable from the EMU, there around the helmet, just to inspect that area and let us know what you see, because we didn't get any WVS from him throughout the EVA.
Copy. At 26, we'll inspect Nick's TV cable, and at 50, we'll inspect Anne's pigtail connections.
Good readback.
Both of you can take your actuators to off. Your DCM purge valve. Open.
Station Houston, Space Ground 1 for the airlock, and EV-2.
Going on 2, going on 1 for airlock EV-2.
If EV-2 can hear, we have a special guest.
Hey, EV-2, it's your wife. I know you can't talk to me, but that's normal. You just have to listen. You guys nailed it. Awesome job. I'll talk to you later. Love you.
Here in Mission Control, Katie Hague, who's the wife of Nick Hague, herself an Air Force officer, wishing her husband congratulations on the completion of his first spacewalk as he is about to doff his helmet, giving a wave along with Christina Cook as they work on post-spacewalk photography and all of the preparatory work to doff the helmets. Following today's spacewalk that completed all of the objectives and more, including get-ahead tasks associated with the upgrading of power systems for a power channel on the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
The crew, you can check your suit P, verify it's below 0.4.
This is Mission Control Houston in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. Helmets are now off for both Anne McClain, who's facing the camera, and Nick Hague, who this camera is just above his head as those helmets are being stowed away for use on a later spacewalk. Spacewalk having been completed at 1:40 p.m. Central Time at 6 hours and 39 minutes. All of the objectives met in the connection of the new lithium-ion batteries, the relocation of old nickel hydrogen batteries on adapter plates out on the P4 truss of the International Space Station. So with that, we'll wrap up our coverage of today's spacewalk. We thank you for joining us today. And just a reminder, 1 week from today, on Friday, March 29th, coverage of the next spacewalk, the one to be conducted by Anne McClain and Christina Cook, begins at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That one to service and upgrade the power systems on the 2A power channel of the P4 truss of the International Space Station. We hope you'll join us again a week from today for the next spacewalk by Expedition 59. In the meantime, we'll sign off for today. Have a great weekend. This is Mission Control Houston.